Well, good evening. Great to see such a big crowd today. Well, today we started off with a closed session. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order and have Councilmember Francis lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And City Attorney, will you report out on the closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the council did meet in closed session on two matters. One matter of real property negotiations with the APN and property negotiators as noted on the agenda. That was actually a correction item, a continuation of the council's prior real property negotiations in which that APN noted on this agenda was inadvertently omitted. And council provided direction on price and terms, and no further reportable action was taken. Similarly, we had one item of anticipated litigation regarding initiation of litigation. This was also a continuation of a prior item in which I previously reported the council voted 5-0 to authorize the initiation of one potential case. That direction has not changed and no further reportable action was taken. Litigation direction and strategy direction only.
Thank you so much. So one of the major reasons we have so many people here is to recognize Scott Smith as the Executive Director of HASLO, Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo. And I am looking for Scott. Oh, there you are. I was worried. I was like, oh, he's not here. So we'll go ahead and I'll read your proclamation, then I'll meet you at the podium so you can say a few words and get your official proclamation. Sound good? Great. So today we are expressing sincere appreciation and gratitude to Scott Smith upon his retirement from Housing Authority of the City of San Luis Obispo. Whereas Scott served as People's Self-Help Housing from 1984 to 2012, where he endured his tenure as Deputy Executive Director. In that capacity, he supervised the development of 1,700 housing units, including the agency's very first venture into rental housing, establishment of the property management and resident service programs, and expansion into Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. Scott oversaw a staff of 72 employees, an average annual budget of $45 million, and the provision of housing to 3,730 households countywide every month. Housing is provided through direct ownership and operation of 890 housing units and through the Housing Choice Voucher Section 8 program, whereby 2,800 households are assisted through direct rental assistance payments to private landlords. Scott's passion for affordable housing is infectious and brings a level of excitement and appreciation for what otherwise might be taken for granted. During Scott's tenure with HASLO, they have been awarded funds to construct, acquire over 428 new affordable housing units in 10 projects. An additional 501 new units are also in the pipeline. Scott has overseen development of numerous HASLO programs, initiatives, including 50 now, a housing first approach to the most vulnerable chronically homeless. I believe it's about 70 now, right? A veterans housing program serving over 180 local veterans, expansion of HASLO's self-sufficiency and resident services program, and decentralization of certain property management functions to increase site-level presence. Scott has an authentic, powerful, and impactful way of communicating the value and needs for San Luis Obispo to embrace affordable housing. Now be it proclaimed on behalf of all of our citizens and employees, we hereby express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to Scott Smith for his dedicated service to the community and extend best wishes for his continued success and happiness in all future endeavors. Meet you up front.
Somebody was asking me how many city council meetings I've been to over my career, and we were kind of going over it, and it's like I still don't know how to turn on the microphone. But and I also said, oh my God, I think I was talking to Teresa, and I said, like, once this proclamation occurs, it's probably too late. I can't pull back my retirement date, right? So, but thank you very much. All I can say is a blessing. I'm blessed to be where I've been at, in the position I've been at, and the opportunity to use my talents to move the needle in a certain direction, and to what I think is some really super high impact initiatives, projects, etc. And if you don't know by now, I love projects. I don't know what it's just. I don't know what it is. It's just like it just starts happening. So I don't know what I'm going to do after retirement, but I wouldn't be surprised if I do get involved in some specialized projects, helping some group somewhere do something and figure something out in order to provide some decent housing to somebody. And I guess the one last comment I just want to kind of, two final little comments, is just that I've always thought housing is not really about the housing, it's about the people. And so when we build housing, it's just really about the people that are going to live there initially and over several generations. So I'm really thankful to the city, to the staff, and to the council for being such great examples of what it means to be supporters of housing. I know we have ways to go, but we keep trying, so that's what's important. I also wanted to let you know that Haslow is in really good shape. So we have an excellent board and really superior staff, and they're on the final stages of recruitment and selection of a replacement. And I don't know all the applicants, but I can guarantee you that there's some outstanding ones, and that you're going to have a really, really great new leader on board very soon. And with that, I will won't say goodbye. I will say see you later, and so long. I'm staying local. I've been local for a very long time and plan to stay that way. But initially, I think my first 90 days, I'm going to spend a lot of time out in nature, doing all those things that we just don't have time to do. Lots of time with family, hiking, outdoors, riding motorcycles, playing music, etc. So, thank you. Okay. Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. I'll be looking for you playing your band sometime soon and enjoying that nature. So thank you very much. You're right. The people are who you've been helping and who we are all trying to help in the long run. All right. City Manager gets to introduce Chief Tuggle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could just invite Chief Tuggle to come up and join me here at the podium. I'm really excited to introduce our new chief tonight. After a national search, we welcomed Chief Tuggle as our new fire chief. I began his work last week on December 5th, and he's been quickly trying to assimilate into the SLO culture. It's literally drinking from a fire hose here at the city, given everything that we're doing these days. A little bit about Chief Tuggle, and he can talk a little bit more. He was recently the chief for Santa Maria for the past 2 years. He was the deputy chief prior to that. He led the department through COVID-19 pandemic and helped to develop the department's first strategic plan. That'll be something that he'll be doing here for the city of San Luis Obispo. He has over 19 years of experience in the fire service. He spent 17 years serving in the city of Fresno's fire department, where he worked his way through the ranks. He is a proud graduate of Cal Poly. Him and his wife Jules, who's here tonight, are both proud graduates of Cal Poly, and they have demonstrated a true passion to serve San Luis Obispo. And I really want to emphasize that really showed through during the evaluation process. You know, hiring a new leader in the city is no small task, and I would say that you, the council advised me, the community advised me, many of the men and women in fire service were here to advise ultimately on the selection. So really, Todd's selection is a culmination of a lot of input. And Todd can attest to that. We have a very rigorous vetting process before we ultimately make the selection. So I am really excited to announce and recognize Todd. And so before we give him a few words to say, I'm going to invite the clerk up, and I'm going to invite his wife Jules and his son Quinn up, and we're going to do both the oath and then the pinning, and then we'll give Chief Tuggle a moment to say some few words.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Todd Tuggle,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
I furthermore agree to abide
I furthermore agree to abide
by the rules, regulations, and laws
by the rules, regulations, and laws
of the City of San Luis Obispo.
of the City of San Luis Obispo.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, buddy. It's all you, dude. Oh, wow. Thank you. This is a monumental moment. I think for anybody to take on this role, but for me, this is, as City Manager Johnson mentioned, graduating from here, spending quite a bit of time here, coming back to the Central Coast a few years ago. This is, I don't know how else to put it other than a dream come true. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for this opportunity. City Manager, thank you. Assistant City Manager, thank you for our time together in the interview process. It was quite special. And for HR Director in the contribution for me to be selected here. And especially to take the helm in the shoes of the previous leader, Chief Agson, who we celebrated his retirement just a few weeks ago. And what a special moment that was. So as you heard, this department has been left in very, very, very good position. To my colleagues in the audience from Santa Barbara County, from San Luis County, greatly appreciate the warm welcome you gave me a couple years ago. Looking forward to, and probably sooner than later, getting into some really big projects for the City of San Luis Obispo and the residents of our county at large. To my friends and fellow firefighters, thank you for showing up. It's humbling to be up here and see support from multiple agencies and friends from throughout my career. And I certainly wouldn't be here without the mentorship and the growth and the friendship that was offered and has been offered and still being offered. To my family, my parents who made it up here. Dad, I'm sure you remember dropping me off at Cal Poly many moons ago, and here you are to celebrate this event. So again, this is a coming home for me in a lot of ways. To my wife and kids, including my two older ones who couldn't make it, they're both out of the house and they're living their best lives right now. So unfortunately, they couldn't make it. But thank you for the unwavering support. And being the family of emergency responders is difficult. There's a lot of missed holidays, birthdays, a lot of nights where my wife had to go to social events solo and explain that her husband was working or off at a fire somewhere, which was a pretty common event for us in our lives. And this position here in San Luis Obispo would not happen without them. So thank you for your resolve, loyalty, commitment, dedication through the thick and the thin. To Slow Fire, thank you for the generosity, the warm welcome, the incredible Yeti mug with my name on it. It's amazing to be here, and I look forward to our next steps. As City Manager Johnson talked about the strategic plan, standards to cover, hopefully in sometime in the future, all moving us towards a cutting-edge all hazards department that will serve this community well in the future. I look forward to being a part of that. And this entire transition would not be nearly as smooth if it wasn't for my friend and predecessor, Chief Agson, Keith Agson back there. He created an extensive plan, 52 pages worth, which at some point I will make it all the way through, that is going to provide direction and continuity, most importantly, for all the work that he and the team and the department have done to move this department forward. That plan is critical to the continuity to continue moving forward. And lastly, I want to thank the community for the support of the council with our new members and our confirmed members. Fortunately, I had a chance to meet with almost everybody, and incredibly encouraged by the conversation of how this community, the council, staff, and the department are all moving in alignment with each other. So I thank this community for that undying support. It's quite special. So I stand here before you all in gratitude and humility at this opportunity to represent and serve a community that provided so much for me and my family, and it's our chance to give a little back. So thank you, and I'm incredibly excited to get to work. So thank you very much.
Well, very exciting. Thank you so much, Chief Tuggle. And we'll move on to our new finance director.
Yes. With that, if I could ask Emily Jackson to join me here at the podium. You know, this is a really momentous occasion for us. You can see a theme here. So the Great Reshuffle is real, right? It's hitting us here at the City of San Luis Obispo. And the theme that I'll be talking about a little bit is that we're fortunate to have some fantastic local leaders that we can draw from regionally. Just like the fire chief recruitment, we did a national recruitment for our finance director and had a very competitive interview process with some of the highest caliber panel members who took a look at a very talented pool. Emily Jackson shone through in that pool. She really demonstrated that she had the ability, the capacity, and the background to really lead a finance department. And all of you know that she's also following in some very, very big footsteps. Brigitte Elke has done this tremendous job of leading our department, implementing new systems, making access to our budgetary documents more readily readable than we've ever seen in the past. And so we're really excited to bring Emily on board. We won't be administering the oath tonight because she's already a city employee, so we benefit from that. She's worked for the city for nearly a year now. A little bit about her background. She's worked in local government for about 17 years, and then, as I mentioned recently, as the capital improvement process manager. She moved to the Central Coast following the completion of her graduate program at the University of Kansas, where she received her master's degree in public administration. Upon moving to the Central Coast, she served several roles for the County of San Luis Obispo, ultimately serving as the budget director, overseeing nearly $700 million in operating budgets, and then what's also had broad responsibility over both finance and policy matters, and she was a part of the leadership team and cabinet over at the county. So she comes to us with a broad and great deal of background. I'm really excited to have her a part of the leadership team and giving counsel advice. I'm sure you will appreciate that as well. I know she's joined here tonight by her family, her mom, who was indispensable to me during the pandemic and was part of my cabinet. She's a retired city manager, and I turned to her frequently during the pandemic to get guidance. So she comes from a strong family that knows public service, and so we're really excited to welcome Emily tonight.
Thank you, Derek, for that very nice introduction. Good evening. I'm very, very excited to be here tonight. I know I've worked with all of you in some capacity. Councilmember Francis just met you this morning, and that was a pleasure. Look forward to working with all of you here very soon. We're going to be spending a lot of time together in the coming months as we develop the financial plan for 23-25, and it's something that I'm really excited, looking forward to working on with all of you and the community as well. My husband and I have lived in San Luis Obispo for about 12 years now. Was lucky enough to find a job at the county during the depths of the Great Recession, and our plan had been to be here for 5 years, and 5 years finished 7 years ago. And so I often say that I think we're the only people who didn't actively try to move to San Luis Obispo, but once we got here, we really fell in love with it. Really appreciate the sort of engaged, nature of the community and the council, and, public servants throughout the area. And so I think it's a really great group to be joining, and I'm very, very excited. The finance team is incredible. I had the opportunity to work with them over the last year in my role as CIP Process Improvement Manager, and they are part of the reason that I decided to apply for this position. So lots of talent in the finance department, lots of commitment to the organizational goals and vision, and so I'm really looking forward to helping them to continue in the right direction to ensure that we're able to do all of the very exciting and innovative things that this organization does in a very sustainable manner. And then last but not least, I'd like to acknowledge my family. My husband, Sean, is really an equal partner in every respect, and that's part of the reason that I'm able to do this. My parents are incredibly helpful and a huge support network for me. And then last but certainly not least, my 6-year-old son and daughter, Tully and Adelie, are also very supportive and have been very patient. I'm quite impressed that they've been able to sit still and be as quiet as they have. So, and then as Derek noted, public service, I think, has always been a part of my plan. My mother is a retired city manager, and I can say that I think she's very, 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 very excited that I'm now working for a city. So I'm happy to make that dream come true for her, and happy, really excited to work with you all, the finance team, the leadership team, and everybody else throughout the organization. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and welcome officially. We'll move on back to Derek, I should say, for the city manager report.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So I've got a brief report tonight, just to tie up a few loose ends. Maybe we can just give 30 seconds for the room to kind of shuffle out, and I'll jump into the report. It's riveting. They open that second door. They're firemen. They know how to do that. Yeah. Lock the door. Yeah. Yeah. Tell the friends, yeah. All right, Madam Mayor, just in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and get started.
Thank you.
The Slow in Motion project is kind of wrapping up, and so you may have seen some of the recaps on social media about the mobility improvements. And I just want to thank Matt Horn, Manny Guzman, the entire CIP team, community development, our talented communications team. I think it extends to everyone who's really just done a fantastic job on rolling out some complex projects. I think with all of you early on, before this summer hit, I really wanted to pause with the council and remind you of how much the council and the community has asked of us in terms of improvements to our community. And so I'm really proud. I feel like we've delivered in many different ways. We resealed about nearly 5 million square feet of paved roads. So I think it was the first time that we've resealed and paved downtown in nearly 20 plus years, and it certainly needed it. We provided about 100,000 linear feet of paint to mark streets and bike lanes. And so it's, quite an investment, and that investment will really help steer drivers and pedestrians and cyclists into safe spaces. We've painted nearly 3,500 linear feet of curbs, so you'll see nice bright curbs in those areas that we've recently resurfaced. I don't know, it's not on the list, but I know we also replace street signs as part of that effort as well. So you may have seen a lot of our signs had really started to fade, and so we replaced a fair amount. I think it was nearly 200 street signs in and throughout the city. We placed high visibility crosswalks at 35 intersections, and those are already having an impact. We all know about what we're seeing in terms of unfortunate trends in peds and bike fatalities, and these high visibility ped crosswalks really make a difference. You really see the contrast between a pedestrian and that stripe in the crosswalks, and that really has shown to improve safety. And then we've built 40 new accessible curb ramps. So we continue to make progress, and that's part of our commitment to our ADA and our accessibility plans. And then we installed more than 16,000 feet of improved bike lanes and bike paths. So a considerable amount of investment. Work is still continuing on aging sewer infrastructure on Verde Drive and Luneta Drive, Ramona Drive, and Broad Street. And so we expect the work to be complete in January 2023, but as I understand it, Mr. Floyd, that neighborhood will be getting some new water supply lines as well as part of a project, so we're not done yet. And so we'll then be moving into the North Choro Greenway project, which is expected to begin after the first of the year. When this is completed, it will provide safe travel between the downtown and the Foothill neighborhood. And so, just to recall, the council on July 19th did authorize the city manager to enter into a construction agreement if bids were within the $3.3 million that was allocated for the project. Other projects that are still out there we'll be bringing forward to you. You may see on the forecast eventually the award for the new Broad Street new neighborhood park. And so we finished up all the permitting and the construction documents, and we expect to award the construction contract and then begin construction in the summer of 2023. So a considerable amount of investment in that neighborhood. If you added it all up, it's approaching about $10 million. And I think in the very end, we understand the inconvenience, but in the very end, it should make a more livable neighborhood. So if we move to the next slide, just a reminder about the annual sewer cap period. So City of San Luis Obispo residential customers can save money on their household sewer bills by eliminating outdoor water use during the annual sewer cap period. I don't know if you've all done that, but I've turned off with all the recent raids, all of my irrigation outside. And so our residential wastewater sewer bills are based on the water you use during the months of December, January, and February. And so during these months, the days are shorter. Typically, we receive more rain, and means your landscaping needs less water. And so we really encourage people to optimize this, not only to save water, but to lower their sewer bill over the long term. So. And then, so to take advantage, we recommend turning the irrigation back on, of course, only when you need it. Moving forward to talk about some advisory bodies. So I know there's a lot of interest in serving the city of San Luis Obispo. And so we are accepting applications through the period of January 15th. And so you can see all the committees and commissions that are listed there. We have 28 volunteer positions in our 14 advisory bodies. And so everything from trees to housing to active transportation, people can come in and really make a difference. And so we rely on these advisory bodies to give us, a lot of perspective and ultimately to help, really solidify the ideas and the recommendations before they eventually come to the city council. If the community is interested and wants to apply, feel free to reach out to the city's clerk office at cityclerk@slowcity.org. And again, applications are due by January the 15th. So moving to the next slide, just a reminder that the climate adaptation and safety element draft is out for review, and we're looking for the public to provide input. You may recall that this is a grant-funded effort to essentially update our safety element, and we've rebranded it because we know that climate adaptation is a huge part of how we're going to cope with a changing world. And so the public review period will close on Friday, January the 9th at midnight. And so what the case is affectionately called is it really looks at responding to the changing global climate, and it establishes goals and policies and objectives and will become a part of our general plan element. And I believe it's already gone to the Planning Commission, and so we'll be packaging all of those comments, making modification to the element before it comes back to the City Council in January. I want to just also celebrate a milestone for the city, and we were awarded by the California Transportation Commission $6.95 million from the State Active Transportation Program for complete street improvements from Marsh Street on Higuera all the way down to LOVR in Higuera. It'll include accessibility, safety enhancements for walking, biking, and driving. And so in addition, the grant will fund improvements to links east and west of Higuera corridor to benefit safer bike and walking routes, specifically to Hawthorne and Laguna Middle School. So we're trying to fill in some of those links. We've made lots of investments, and if you've ridden or walked on those, sometimes you get to the end of those and you say, well, what's next? So this is a big, critical piece of the puzzle. And so the project funding will also be supplemented by the $750,000 community betterments grant, which SlowCog allocated. And I believe I reported that at a previous city manager report, and that's specifically for some of the pedestrian hybrid beacons at the intersection of South Street and King Street and Hawthorne Elementary School. So we have a lot of delivery on that side. I just want to pause. This is a project that we're going to have to rejuggle as part of our capital improvement program. It was later years, but because of the funding, we'll have to move it up. And of course, the council will be part of that discussion eventually when we bring back the capital improvement program, at least the draft, and as part of the budget, the financial planning process. So I also wanted to just share and thank our amazing team. You have lots of teams that provide 24/7 service. We often think about that as really public safety, but the fact is we have people in water and wastewater, and then when we have storm events, we have a whole team that gets activated. So we have an emergency response plan that's largely led by Greg Cruz, our Deputy Director for Maintenance Operations. I had the chance to go down and visit with them over the weekend. They were working tirelessly over the weekend to clean up the numerous items from the storm event. There was a lot of trees that had fallen down. There were storm culverts and rock catchments that needed to be cleared. And so you can see up here, there's just a picture from Mission Plaza, some of those debris basins that needed to be cleaned out. But I'm just really proud of the work that our teams did to kind of make sure we're getting the roads open and things are safe. It's not only just cleaning up, but a lot of the work includes inspection. So we don't know quite after a storm event exactly how our infrastructure has fared. And so part of the effort is looking at, numerous bridges and culverts and sidewalks and areas. And sometimes we don't discover things immediately. And so the invitation to the council and the community is to use the Ask Slow app. If you see something, say something, and use that app and report it. we've tried to put eyes on everything we can, but we don't hit all 6 million square feet of this fine town, all within 72 hours. And so if we've missed something, please let us know. The next item, I want to talk about, some of the continued downtown activation that's led by our economic development team. So we've partnered with some downtown property owners to activate and beautify some vacant spaces. And so you'll see some new artwork on both the former Ross and Beverly's buildings. And so artists were selected from those that had participated in the Mayflower initiative. And so we're excited to kind of get some of these storefronts activated until the property owners take the steps to hopefully fill those spaces or decide what the future is for those buildings. Last slide tonight, I just want to share some highlights from our Buy Local, Eat Local program. It has been a smashing success. Holiday shoppers who, just a reminder, who spend $100 on gifts at local retail businesses in the city of SLO can turn in their receipts and receive a $25 gift card for another local business. And so the city has been receiving some incredible feedback. I heard on Saturday, despite the rain, that there were lines out the door to of the chamber offices to recover their $25 gift cards. And so those gift cards can be used at 135 qualified local businesses who participate in the program. As of Sunday, shoppers had submitted 1,775 receipts for the cards. And while the program is required to only spend $100, the average expense or spending has been $176. In total, the program has conservatively produced about $350,000 in additional spending, which we think is an incredible economic impact on the holiday season. And that investment by the city has been $45,000. And just as a reminder, the Eat Local Bonus Program, which is the first time we'll be launching this program, will begin in January. And that is typically the slowest month for restaurants. And so this replaces the Visit SLOCAL, I think, Restaurant Month, or I forget the exact name that it was called. And so we're trying to come up with a local option to replace that. So that concludes the report. And as always, thankful for the staff and the council to do this work.
Amazing work. Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question. Is this right, like here? Yeah. I had a question about the Higuera project. Looks great. Is the traffic signal at the corner of Higuera and Elks Lane, is that part of the project?
If you're referring to the traffic signal at Higuera and Marsh, where the sculpture is?
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, there isn't one. Let me invite Mr. Fukushima up, and he can talk a little bit about the scope and what we're looking at.
Certainly.
Yeah,
Good
so
evening, council.
just to clarify, we're also looking at we're gonna improve that bridge over Prado and Higuera, and I'm just curious how it's all going to work together, so thank you.
Yeah, so the project will incorporate a new signal at Elks Lane and Higuera. It's a temporary signal for the construction that's going to happen on Prado Road, for the Prado Road overpass. Once the overpass is completed, that signal will be converted to a pedestrian hybrid beacon. But it'll be incorporating that project, but it won't be, it'll be a separate project, but going on sort of parallel lines with that. Yes. Hmm?
And Madam Mayor, just and Councilmember Marks to address the second comment, we will be taking account what we do, ultimately the improvements on Higuera in consideration of the planned improvements for the Prado Road Bridge at the corner of Higuera and Prado.
Councilmember Francis.
Oh, there we go. I was wondering if we had an update on the crossing at South and King and the updated timeline. I know you said we were going to be doing some reshuffling, and I'm just curious if we know a little bit more about when we're going to see that initial crossing and then the more permanent.
Sure.
Thank
We can talk a little bit about that. I'll just preface it, and Adam probably has more details on the bid documents.
we are pressing our consultants with lots of work. We have, and we've, I would say, overburdened them with the stream of projects that we have in the queue. And so that with supply chain issues, so we've had some challenges getting some of the devices, have really created some delays. But Adam, maybe you have more of an update. I think we were trying to package all of the pedestrian projects into one project for one contractor to do rather than taking them one by one. But maybe Adam, you got an update.
And on this project, oh, thank you. We're working on the design right now. Once we get to a certain level of completeness, we have to turn it into PG&E for their approval so that they can look at it and approve it so they could turn on the power for it. Unfortunately, it takes about at least 6 months. They've told us is a lead time for them to review it. And then we have the equipment backlog as well to have to deal with. So it may be about a year or more, but we're doing as fast as we can.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I just wondered if you could repeat, because those numbers were so big that I don't think I got them right, about the buy local bonus program and how many receipts there were and what the average value was.
Sure, we're happy to send these out to the council. And so we had 1,775 receipts for gift cards. The average spending was $176 per receipt. In total, we believe conservatively the program has induced about $357,000 of economic impact, and that's from a $45,000 investment by the city, and there's still 11 days left in the program.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that means so much to the business owners as well as people in the community. Going back to the water and December through February, I know I've had some people talk to me before about this is the time their family comes in December, so their house is the most full it ever is, and then they're getting their rates decided on because of that. Could you kind of explain a little bit more around why we picked December through February?
Yeah, we can have Mr. Floyd come up. I know there was a long discussion. That time period long predates me. I think it's been around for probably more than a decade, where we landed on trying to figure out a time period that was equitable to everyone.
Zone on Teresa. Thank you. Well, thank you for the question, Mayor and Council. And as City Manager Johnson just did state, we have the past several years looked for the most optimal way in which to create an equitable system for actually metering that. There is no way to accurately measure just wastewater, so we have to use the drinking water supplied to the house as some kind of a surrogate for that. We did decide a decade plus ago that December, January, and February was the optimal months. Hopefully, as we are seeing this year, hopefully the rain, which continues to go on like that. But that really is the way that we have found it to be the most equitable representation right there. So we do continue to survey others in the industry as well as our rate consultants to see if there is another way to do it. As of this point, though, we haven't found another way that really does help us to capture that right there. That's the answer, yeah. An imperfect system, but the best available so far.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Sometimes I feel like we get to ask these questions, by ourselves, but the community doesn't get to hear it, so I appreciate it. And then, when is the climate adaptation and safety element, when do you want feedback by?
Get that, I think we're looking for the public comment period closes on Friday, January the 9th, 2023, at midnight.
Okay, thank you so much.
And just a reminder, that is scheduled to come to the council on January 17th. So we're gonna bundle up the last comments that we get and then bring those to the council.
Okay, so Monday, January 9th.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you so much. And really appreciate you sharing about how we will have to reshuffle things with the extra grant money, which is awesome to have the grant money, but at the same time means we change all the projects around, so really appreciate that. And a big thank you, the storm picture was amazing to see. I know, I'm sure all my colleagues got all the same emails where we kept seeing more and more and more unfortunately damage, but more and more and more areas where our staff was doing so much work throughout the night and throughout the weekend. So thank you very, very much. Well, today is a special meeting, so we do not have public comment on anything and everything like we do normally. We'll just do public comment on items that are on the agenda. So thought we'd share that. And we'll move forward to the consent agenda. And before I move forward, do we have anything that wants to be pulled from consent agenda from my colleagues? All right. So we'll go ahead and move to public comment for the consent agenda. If you have an item that you'd like to comment on, this is a great time to turn in the little yellow slip of paper into the city clerk. City clerk, are there any commenters?
No, there are not.
All right, thank you so much. And we'll go ahead and move to council member Pease.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Francis,
I'll second.
thank you. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Pease,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks, yes,
Mayor Stewart.
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. All right. Are we ready for the climate action plan work? We'll go ahead and move forward then for our first public hearing and business item, adoption of the 23-27 Climate Action Plan Work Program.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We're happy to be here tonight for this item. Fair warning, we have a lot of information we're going to be providing you this evening, but I spent a lot of time with the team in advance of this, and really, I just wanted to highlight what we think are the key takeaways for folks from this presentation and the reports that you have in front of you. One is that we feel confident that we have the right plan in place with our climate action plan. And we've been able to verify and validate that not only through staying in touch with folks who are doing this work in other similar cities, but also, and more importantly, through the extensive public engagement that we did, not only for the original 2020 climate action plan, but leading up to the update that's before you this evening. Second is that we've done a lot since 2020. We're going to highlight a lot of those projects this evening, and that we are on track for where we need to be right now to accomplish our organization and community goals. And then the third piece is that we believe we can accomplish those ambitious goals of carbon neutrality for our city organization by 2030 and carbon neutrality for our community by 2035, but that it's really going to require a sustained level of effort and focus for us to be able to get there. There's a whole lot of details that go into all of that, which will be covered this evening. I want to take a moment to thank the Sustainability Natural Resources team for all of their work in putting this together, as well as our partners from throughout the city organization who you see in the audience this evening, as well as our community members that have participated in this process. And with that, I'm happy to hand it over to Chris, Lucia, and Bob for the presentation.
All right, well, thank you, Greg, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Reed, Sustainability Manager, and tonight we'll be presenting our Climate Action Plan update for Council's consideration. I'm joined this evening by Lucia Pullman, our Sustainability and Natural Resources Analyst, who will be co-presenting with me. Successful climate work requires collaborative action across the agency, and tonight we have staff present from the Community Development Department, Public Works, Utilities, Admin Department, and others to answer any questions you might have after our presentation. We'll start tonight with staff's recommendation, followed by an overview of the update process. And then the core of our presentation will be walking through each of the 6 pillars of the Climate Action Plan, sharing some recent successes, and highlighting representative actions in the 2023 to 2027 work program. We'll then conclude with next steps and answer any questions Council may have. Staff's recommendations are to 1, adopt a resolution to approve the Climate Action Plan update with a related finding that this work is consistent with the initial study and mitigated negative declaration adopted for the 2020 Climate Action Plan. And 2, to authorize staff to apply for grants consistent with the 2023 to 2027 work program. To start our presentation, we'll start with a question. What is a Climate Action Plan? Well, most simply, a climate action plan identifies what sources of greenhouse gas emissions an organization will address, it sets an emissions reduction goal, and then it commits to actions to achieve that goal. The city looks to international, national, and state level guidance and protocols as it creates its climate plans and then updates its climate plan. Just as a representation of that, the document on the far left here is the Global Protocol for Community Scale Greenhouse Gas Emissions. And that protocol informs the creation of the US protocol. And this seems a little bit in the weeds, but we want to bring it up because it shows how our work is really guided by best practice protocols and other direction from other organizations. And in fact, the California Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the California Air Resources Board are both agencies that provide guidance to local governments on how to create greenhouse gas emissions reduction plans, how to inventory greenhouse gas emissions. And both of those organizations, through the California Climate Change Scoping Plan and through the OPR General Plan Guidelines, refer us to the US Community Protocol as really our sort of guidance and our guardrails that we need to behold to as we update our plan. Now, the US Community Protocol provides a wide range of guidance on how to inventory a whole bunch of different emission sectors, but it identifies 4 critical main emission sectors that are mandatory for local government planning. And that's electricity use, natural gas, emissions from on-road vehicles, and emissions from landfill waste. In 2018, Council directed staff to pursue a goal of community-wide carbon neutrality by 2035. The 2020 Climate Action Plan adopted this goal, which was one of the most ambitious in the nation and continues to be. Given the nature of that goal, the 2020 Climate Action Plan focuses narrowly and deeply on those 4 mandatory sectors from the US Community Protocol. The nature of the goal also means that the city is working in a space of complexity, uncertainty, and rapid learning. And because of that, the 2020 Climate Action Plan includes an action to come back with an update just 2 years after the 2020 plan was adopted. This step was included so staff could learn from initial pilot projects, studies, and plans, and identify the next set of work tasks to continue implementing the climate plan's foundational actions. As explicitly mentioned in the 2020 Climate Action Plan, the update is also timed to inform the financial planning process for the 2023 to 2025 financial plan, which is important given that there are only 6 financial planning periods left until our goal year of 2035. And so given the rapid nature of the timing of the update, and given what we've learned throughout the process, staff have developed the update as a work program that continues to implement the 2020 Climate Action Plan's carbon neutrality goal, sector-specific goals, and foundational actions. The 2020 Climate Action Plan included Volume 1, Stories from 2035, and Volume 2, the Technical Foundation and Work Program, and those are presented here as the first 2 images on the left and the center. The Climate Action Plan update for consideration tonight is presented as Volume 3, the 2023 to 2027 Work Program.
The next part of tonight's presentation is going to focus on the Climate Action Plan update process with a special focus on 3 areas: implementation progress, community outreach, and new funding resources. A key part of any strategic planning update process is to review how the actions in the plan are being implemented, where things are ahead of schedule and where things need more attention. The city provided an initial progress report in May of 2021, and in support of this update, conducted a review of every action in the 2020 Climate Action Plan. This assessment is provided in Chapter 2 of the Climate Action Plan update and highlights key areas of CAP progress. The overall finding of this review is that the city is generally on track with the assumptions made in our 2020 Climate Action Plan. Chris mentioned earlier about how the 2020 CAP directs staff to do a number of pilots, projects, and programs to rapidly inform the 2022 CAP update. We wanted to share a couple of examples of what this looks like. On the left, you see the 2020 CAP, which, among other things, directs staff to develop a municipal operations climate action plan, lead by example, which Council adopted in 2021. As directed by the Lead by Example plan, staff is nearing completion of a CIP planning process that identifies priority electrification retrofits for city facilities. And out of that comes specific projects, equipment, and design specifications that will be proposed in the 2023 to 25 financial plan. Similarly, after adopting the 2020 CAP, Council adopted the Active Transportation Plan, which included specific projects that comprise the Tier 1 active transportation network, some of which has already been completed, including the new bike lanes on Marsh Street and Higuera. These examples represent the arc of planning, learning, and doing that repeats throughout every sector of the Climate Action Plan update. The second input to the CAP update is community engagement. The engagement process for CAP Volume 3 started with hosting community strategy forums that engaged over 30 stakeholders in meaningful collaboration over 18 meetings. Because we wanted to fully deliver an equity-driven planning process, the strategy forums focused on convening and building relationships with community members and organizations from underrepresented and under-resourced groups in San Luis Obispo. Through the forums, we were able to build trust and learn from stakeholders that don't typically participate in the city's planning processes, which ultimately helped us deliver a work program that drives more benefits to the city's most vulnerable residents. In August of 2022, we brought the recommendations that came out of the strategy forums to the public at the Community Climate Party, which gathered staff, regional agencies, community organizations, and over 400 attendees to learn about and discuss the Climate Action Plan update. Staff also provided informational presentations to the Active Transportation Committee, Planning Commission, and Human Relations Commission, and created online opportunities for engagement through 2 Open City Hall forums and social media. In total, our office's community engagement process for CAP Volume 3 enabled over 900 unique community interactions and was aligned with the city's public engagement and noticing manual. The key theme that I learned from all this engagement is that the community says keep going. We noticed topics of particular interest and support, which included active transportation infrastructure, the facilitation of affordable infill housing, composting green waste, and planting trees. We are encouraged to keep on our course given the broad support and enthusiastic feedback provided by participants. The third input we'll discuss tonight to this update process was the new funding resources that are available to climate action. In 2022, the federal government and the state of California passed unprecedented legislation and budget commitments aligned with the city's approach to climate action. Key supportive legislation includes the Inflation Reduction Act, which is federal legislation allocating $368 billion to decarbonize the energy and transportation sectors, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is also federal and commits $1.2 trillion to active transportation, public transit, clean energy, and EV infrastructure, and the California Climate Budget, which was signed into law by Governor Newsom this fall and allocates $54 billion to electric vehicles, public transportation, clean energy, and climate resilience. The framework established by the 2020 CAP is highly aligned with these funding allocations, which include grants, formula funds, and rebates, as well as opportunities that directly support residents and community organizations working on climate action. Going forward, our office will play a leading role in identifying, applying for, and managing grants that implement the city's climate action plan. In conversations with municipal sustainability staff, it's clear that our peers across the nation are experiencing the same shift and are focusing on securing these unprecedented funding resources for climate action.
All right, so now we'll move from the how of the Climate Action Plan to the what. But first, since this update is a continuation of the 2020 Climate Action Plan, we're going to provide a quick refresher on how that document is organized. The 2020 plan is guided by 6 sector-specific pillars, each with their own specific goals and foundational actions. Pillar 1, Lead by Example, covers the emissions from the city's operations, and this includes energy use in buildings, our facilities and vehicles, for example. Pillar 2, clean energy systems, works towards a low carbon, affordable, accessible, and reliable electricity system. Pillar 3, green buildings, works towards transitioning buildings from fossil fuel appliances to clean electricity. Pillar 4, connected community, focuses on the intersection of low carbon transportation, active transportation, housing, and the built environment. Pillar 5, circular economy, seeks to keep organic waste out of the landfill. And Pillar 6, natural solutions, looks at how we can manage our natural resources, trees and open spaces, to be resilient to a changing climate while also sequestering carbon. We also have administrative actions that really give us direction on how to implement the plan, including commitments to equity, transparency, and plan updates. So each of these pillars includes specific goals and foundational actions, and the Climate Action Plan update we're bringing tonight really expands on these foundational actions for each of the pillars by establishing that work program task for fiscal years 2023 to 2027. In the plan update, the new tasks include information about responsible department, funding approach, and tracking metrics. So the next 6 slides are each going to cover a pillar from the climate plan. And I'll pause here just to help council orient to these slides. There's a lot of information on here, but we'll be walking through these as a way of illustrating what's in the climate plan. So in the upper left, you'll see is the title of the pillar. Just below that are responsible departments. Beneath that is the goal in the 2020 Climate Action Plan that we're carrying forward. And then to the upper right, we have recent accomplishments. So these are things that we've completed that were in the 2020 CAP that we've made progress on or completed. And then in the lower right are some examples of tasks that are included in the climate plan update that are representative of the types of tasks that you'd see in the full plan. All right, so we'll start with lead by example. And the goal for lead by example is carbon neutral government operations by 2030, meaning we have 3.5 financial plans to transition our municipal operations off of fossil fuels and reach net neutral greenhouse gas emissions. While our organizational emissions are a small part of the overall community, this pillar is important because our organization is a key driver of change, and through our actions, we can set an example and inspire other organizations. We have many recent accomplishments in this space, including LED lighting retrofits. You might have seen some in the hallway when you came in tonight. Purchase of electric fleet vehicles and buses, installation of fleet electric vehicle chargers, and one of the really exciting recent projects is a deep energy efficiency project at our water treatment plant. And additionally, they've been able to install a large battery out there, which has a resiliency benefit, bill savings benefits, and greenhouse gas emissions benefits. So really, really interesting and exciting projects. We've also completed some key planning work, including a roadmap for how we electrify our light-duty fleet vehicles and how we electrify our buildings and facilities that Lucia touched upon earlier. A notable future task is 1.1A, and this directs the city to implement the next set of carbon neutrality projects located in the Lead by Example plan. And so this includes those really specific details that Lucia pointed out, replacing fossil fuel appliances at key buildings and facilities, constructing the next set of electric vehicle chargers, et cetera. The task also includes opting up to Central Coast Community Energy's 3C Prime product, which provides 100% renewable energy. So after the information in these slides, we're also going to just share a question that we've heard from the community through the update process as a way of sort of wrapping each sector up. So one question that we repeatedly heard about the Lead by Example pillar is, if we're leading by example, how do we intend to share our work with the community, or with how we intend to inspire others to act? And so because of that, we added this action here, 1.1B, which includes the creation of a sustainable slow emblem and an associated campaign. And through this, we can share our work with the community, we can provide a venue to share lessons learned and share lessons learned, and then also clearly tell a story in physical space in our community that a green waste bin, an EV charger, and a bike lane are all part of our collective goal to achieve carbon neutrality. Okay, so Pillar 1 focuses on municipal operations, sort of narrowly. We're going to zoom back out to the community, which is where the rest of the 5 pillars focus on. And Pillar 2 is clean energy systems. Clean electricity that is dependable, affordable, and reliable is really the bedrock of a carbon neutral economy. The primary accomplishments that we've achieved in this system so far include joining Central Coast Community Energy and maintaining a 98% participation rate. And through our participation here, we're able to access clean energy, including working towards the goal of 100% renewable energy through projects we've directly procured by the end of the decade, which is a mouthful, but also a really amazing goal that we're making good progress on. We also provide council member and city manager to represent the city on 3CE's governing boards, which is a big time commitment, but also allows us to have really strong advocacy or ability to influence how the organization moves forward. We've also participated in advocacy in favor of programs that support our community. And to that end, since 2020, community members and organizations have received $2.4 million in incentives in our community alone to electrify their bikes, cars, school buses, and new homes. The Climate Action Plan the Climate Action Plan update task here is actually pretty straightforward. It's to continue to support Central Coast Community Energy as it progresses to its 2030 goal, and to continue to advocate for programs that benefit the community. Now, one question we've heard is, how can community members sign up for 3C if they're interested in this? And one of the nice things about this model is that you don't need to sign up. Customers are automatically enrolled, but they can opt out if they like. And so that means that the 98% of community members that are currently enrolled, all of those folks are eligible to access program incentives. And hopefully we'll see that $2.4 million number increase over the next year. All right, the third pillar is green buildings. And at its simplest, this pillar seeks to transition buildings from fossil fuel appliances and systems to that clean electricity we're achieving in Pillar 2. This pillar has a goal for no on-site emissions from new buildings and a 50% reduction in existing building emissions by 2030. Recent accomplishments here include adopting the all-electric new building requirement this last summer, and that will go into effect in January of 2023. We've also been laying the foundation for a retrofit project through initial study and stakeholder outreach. Two notable tasks in the Climate Action Plan update include 2.1b, which proposes a green and healthy building service that would connect low-income building owners with resources, incentives, financing, and contractors, and 2.1e, which would begin the work of developing an equitable framework for requiring electrification retrofits. And in practice, this second action would really start with a study session in 2023 where we present certain options to council, receive feedback on further direction, and then pursue that program. So one question we've received here is, how and why are we focusing on equity with this green and healthy building service? Why not just provide a service to everybody? We know that through the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the primary funding source for retrofits over the next decade, that for folks that own their own building and have 80% area median income, that they can have up to 100% of their household retrofit project covered through federal rebates. And that means new cooking appliances, a new HVAC system that might have air conditioning, new water heater, new insulation. And so by focusing very narrowly on that subset of our population, we can provide the most benefit, we can provide resources to those that need it the most, and then also launch a program at the scale that's easier to start at, and then we can scale over time as we learn lessons.
The Connected Community Pillar is the fourth of 6 CAP pillars. This pillar is the most cross-departmental and substantial pillar of the CAP, partially because community mobility touches so many things, including transit, housing, active transportation, parking, and electric vehicles, but also because the transportation sector is the largest source of the city's greenhouse gas emissions. The goal under the Connected Community Pillar is to achieve the city's general plan mode split objectives by 2030, which are, as a refresher, 12% of trips to occur via transit, 18% by walking and carpooling, 20% by bike, and the remaining 50% by car. And of those remaining car trips, the city aims to electrify 40% of vehicle miles traveled by 2030. Since 2020, the city has made quick headway supporting low-carbon mobility. And this has looked like rapid implementation of the Active Transportation Plan after its adoption by Council in 2020. And recently completed projects from the ATP include the Railroad Safety Trail Bridge connecting Phillips to Pepper Street, protected bike lanes on Marsh Street and Higuera Street, and the protected intersections and shared use path at Madonna. The city also updated its housing element of the general plan and is electrifying its transit fleet with our first all-electric bus currently making its way to SLO as we speak. Notable future tasks in the Connected Community pillar include continued implementation of the active transportation plan with a narrow focus on Tier 1 network priority projects. In support of active transportation, Task 2.2.A directs staff to reassess the viability of launching a docking bike share program. And staff will correct a clerical error and correctly identify that administration will be the lead department on that task with support from Public Works. Next, the city will also be completing the Transit Innovation Study, which will provide recommendations on how slow transit can better serve the needs of its users, and will investigate possible solutions, including the use of smaller vehicles, supporting additional free-to-the-user programs, and creating a regionally integrated payment platform. A housing-related work program task is conducting missing middle housing pilots to learn how the city can best facilitate affordable by design, higher density housing downtown and along major corridors. Lastly, the city will be supporting the installation of publicly accessible EV chargers on city property to meet demand resulting from rising EV ownership across SLO County. One question that we've heard about the Connected Community pillar is how is the city going to fund streetscape upgrades called for in the active transportation plan? They're really going to change the face of our city. And thankfully, we've already witnessed an increase in funding that's available for active transportation, as seen in the nearly $7 million that the city secured from the state this fall for the Higuera Complete Streets project. Going forward, federal and state funding aligned with the city's Tier 1 active transportation network is only expected to increase, affirming the CAP work program's focus on deployment at speed and scale. So the fifth CAP pillar is circular economy. And the goal here is to divert 75% of landfilled organic waste by 2025 and to increase diversion to 90% by 2035. Recent accomplishments here focus on implementation of California State Senate Bill 1383. And SB 1383, known as California's Short-Lived Climate Pollution Reduction Strategy, is an ambitious statewide mandate to reduce organic waste in landfills and to increase edible food recovery. Since 2020, the city has focused on compliance with SB 1383 and has adopted an ordinance requiring organic waste subscription for all residential and commercial customers. In the future, the city will implement an inspection and enforcement program to ensure compliance with SB 1383, which includes reaching municipal procurement targets for compost and recycled paper products. We'll also continue to collaborate with the SLO County Integrated Waste Management Authority on public education related to composting, recycling, and waste minimization. The last task I like to highlight focuses on high volume and hard to reach waste generators, like downtown restaurants, large rental venues, and the farmers market, and direct staff to support innovative organic waste solutions that address these users' unique needs and challenges. In conversation with community stakeholders, we were asked, why does the city's CAP focus on organic waste compared to other material streams? And the answer is that emissions from landfilled waste is a mandatory emission sector defined by the U.S. Community Protocol, and that methane release from landfilled organic waste contributes to about 10% of our community's emissions. And through SB 1383 and related efforts to ensure that all of our green waste go to our local anaerobic digester, we can keep our food scraps from releasing methane in the landfill and instead transform our community's organic waste into compost and electricity. The sixth and final pillar of the Climate Action Plan is natural solutions. This pillar is focused on how the city's thousands of acres of open space properties, parks, and urban forest can all be managed to sequester carbon alongside other community benefits. The goal is to increase carbon sequestration in the greenbelt and urban forest ongoing through 2035. Recent accomplishments include the completion of 2 carbon sequestration pilot projects with critical support provided by Ranger Service, the Coastal San Luis Resource Conservation District, and Cal Poly faculty. At Johnson Ranch, the city applied a 1/2 inch of compost on a little over 1 acre of grassland. Compost applications have proven and quantifiable benefits, including increased carbon sequestration, water retention, and forage quality. At City Farm Slow, the city planted pollinator habitat hedgerows along Perfumo Creek. The city is also making progress in developing the community forest plan alongside successful initial tree plantings through the Keys for Cheese program, private development, and community partnerships with EcoSlow and Rotary de Tolosa. Notable future tasks include expanding climate resilience and carbon sequestration practices to additional properties in the Slow Greenbelt. I'd like to note here that these practices are recommended by the Natural Resource Conservation Service and California's Healthy Soils Program. We'll also be bringing forth the Community Forest Plan for adoption in 2023, and through its implementation, making significant progress on the 10 tall goal of planting and maintaining 10,000 trees by 2035. In the near term, that looks like supporting Public Works on the upcoming January study session to inform the Community Forest Plan. One question that we heard from the community about the Natural Solutions Pillar is whether there have been any scientific studies on natural climate solutions. And here the city is really grateful to lean on peer-reviewed research on land-based carbon sequestration, including some work from Cal Poly faculty that substantiates that land management practices can increase the amount of carbon stored in natural systems, alongside boosting climate resilience and other co-benefits. The city is excited to be partnering with Cal Poly faculty to perform precise monitoring at the Johnson Ranch pilot site, and this partnership will ensure that the city's investments demonstrate real carbon sequestration benefits and contribute to the growing body of scientific research.
All right, and this takes us to administrative actions. The 2020 Climate Action Plan includes 5 administrative actions. Those include direction to implement the plan with an equity lens and direction to regularly update the plan, etc. And the proposed Climate Action Plan update retains these actions and provides 2 additional actions. New Action 6 is to pursue grants opportunistically and strategically, and New Action 7 directs staff to engage in legislative and regulatory advocacy. Action 6 is particularly important given the unprecedented levels of funding mentioned previously in the presentation. We'll pause here for a moment since one of staff's recommendation touches on this topic. The rules and procedures for how the city pursue grant funding are outlined in the Financial Management Manual, Section 740. And that section identifies council as the responsible entity for approving all grant applications in excess of $5,000. Given the high volume of applications that are likely to be an exceedance of this threshold over the course of this planning period, staff has included a recommendation in the agenda item tonight, which would authorize staff to apply for grants that fund items in this work program and that are otherwise consistent with the city's grant management policy. This takes us to next steps. So first, we'll continue to implement the 2020 Climate Action Plan and continue to complete our 21-23 Climate Action Major City Goal. There's a lot of exciting projects just on the horizon here, including deployment of fast electric vehicle charging at city lots, advancing our pilot projects with local affordable housing developers to help replace fossil fuel appliances and provide air conditioning, bringing the climate adaptation and safety element of the general plan to the council as previously discussed, and initiating work on the North Choro Greenway, among many others. Should council adopt staff's recommendation, the CAP tasks would be included as considerations in the 2023 to 25 financial planning process, which will proceed through June of 23, and any work tasks that are assigned to that progress would be completed in those years. This concludes staff's presentation. We'll leave staff's recommendations on the screen, and we're happy to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
That was a fantastic report. Thank you so much. And before I move to questions, I'm going to go ahead and do a 7-minute break. All good? Thanks. All right, we're going to go ahead and return back. And again, Chris and Lucia, thank you so much for a fabulous presentation. I really appreciate how you organized this and really took in, I would assume, all of our different questions and thoughts, and also many of the community members that I saw from emails and conversations in the grocery store. So thank you. And I'll just open it up to my council members for any questions. Councilmember Pease. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much. And it was a great presentation, also the reminders of the process that we have used to get to this point. And one of my first questions is maybe a little bit about that process. So in the protocols for getting to net zero, you know, we're kind of had to bracket those couple of years ago. Like, okay, here's our protocols. And so, and there is an increased conversation now about embodied carbon in particular, and kind of the urgency of carbon emissions now, for example, from construction and concrete and, you know, those types of things, versus the operational carbon, meaning the energy that's needed to heat and cool buildings. Obviously, that's my little worldview, so that's what I'm focusing on. I'm sure it's across different sectors. And so I'm wondering if you just have some response. Is that like, okay, yes, we know it's out there, or yes, that's in parallel, or gosh, that's, you know, 2027, talk to me then. What's the thinking about that?
Thank you, council member. And I know we had a good conversation about this, and been thinking a lot about the scope of emissions that we're covering and the specific process we undertook to scope out which emissions we'd look at. Based on the refresher on that conversation, we're recommending that we stay narrow and deeply focused on the 4 emission sectors that are in the 2020 cap and continue to focus. Just, you know, because it's narrow doesn't mean it's easy. It's going to be very hard work. And so focusing narrowly on that over the next 4 years. And then 2027 will be an opportunity to completely reopen the books. And in that case, I think want to consider a new approach, include other sectors if we're advancing as we hope we are in these 4 sectors. Now that said, of course, the California Building Code will begin to introduce embodied carbon and concrete as a requirement moving forward. Issues like leaf blowers, the state of California will begin to address those in the next couple of years. And so it's not to say nothing will happen, it's just the limited purview that we have, or with the purview that we have, we recommend focusing narrowly on those resources.
Great, thank you. Another question that has come out of the community, in the clean energy pillar, our emphasis was on getting community choice energy. Yay! So, and then in some ways it's the simple one, in that kind of keep going and just make sure that 3CE is going the direction that we want, and, you know, optimizing that use. But there always kind of comes up the questions about increasing on-site solar, on-site batteries. The energy code, again, is kind of going that way. Is there a thought in terms of, do we need more programs for individuals and businesses to have like actual solar on their projects versus kind of rolling with the clean energy that's in our grid because of our membership in 3CE?
Yeah, and thank you, council member. And we address that issue in the green buildings pillar. When we talk about whether it's permit streamlining or whether it's the Green and Healthy Homes program, when we talk about decarbonization retrofits, we're not narrowly just talking about replacing a fossil fuel appliance with an electric appliance. We know from our work in the new building space that solar is a really critical component to helping these projects be cost effective and to make sure that people can save money through their electrification and not have higher bills. And so solar will be a recurring theme throughout that work program.
Great, thank you. And I think my last question, I might have some comments. Well, okay, so two questions here. One is about leaf blowers. We get a lot of community interest. We know that it kind of has been tucked away for now, and that the state is looking at it in the future. Is that the type of thing, though, if we wanted to have that in either the lead by example, so maybe in the work plan, and maybe this is almost city manager kind of question in terms of where do things fit in? Obviously, we're not doing our 2023-25 work plan, for our financial plan right now. But if we were to want to have a discussion, I have no idea where my colleagues are on this, but about the city adopting leaf blowers, at least for city operations as kind of part of that lead by example pilot program. Would we be having that conversation here as part of our climate action plan, or later down the road as a specific work program?
I'll let Chris kind of kick it off, and he can talk about, the piece that's coming from CARB, and then we can talk a little bit about the Major City Goal program.
Sure. Yeah, so the Air Resources Board does have rulemaking in place to begin to prohibit the sale of leaf blowers at the middle of the decade. To your question about lead by example, that plan actually includes some discussion around phasing out fossil fuel lawn and garden equipment. It's sort of in the middle of the decade, which is approaching rapidly, but likely not in this upcoming financial plan, but the following one will start to look at that. And so there's sort of two ways that we use lawn and garden equipment: through our contracts with lawn and garden providers, and then through things that we own directly. And so that is sort of in the long-term works in that work program.
I think on the operational side, I think if the council were interested in pursuing a electrification strategy for garden and landscape maintenance, that could be something we could bring forward as part of a Major City Goal work program. And inquire investment, and we've been doing that anyway through the adoption of the Climate Action Plan. Whenever there's opportunities for us to electrify lawn and garden equipment, we're doing that. So we're pursuing that. The market is trying to catch up with the demand, and so right now, what I'm hearing from our maintenance staff, and I see Matt's out there, is that the technology isn't keeping pace with the rigor of what we would place on the demands of maintaining in a kind of a commercial environment. So you should know the city staff's doing that for city operation as opportunities allow. And if the council wants to be more explicit about accelerating that, we're happy to tee that up for a policy and kind of operational discussion.
Great, thank you. I think I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. Yes, great report. Thank you for the super clear slides. As I said to Chris earlier when I had a conversation with him, I just appreciate how this plan is really visually easy to look at. It's very clear. I like the table at the end with all the, it's like a checklist with all the goals and objectives in it. It's very easy to read. I appreciate that, those types of summaries. I noticed in both in the plan and in the slides, one of the goals is for 100% carbon-free electricity by 2020. That was in the original 2020 cap, I think. And now it looks like it's been modified to be 100% by 2030. And I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about how we started out there and got to where we are now.
Yeah, thank you, council member. So when we first joined, then it was referred to as Monterey Bay Community Power, they offered 100% carbon-free electricity. And that carbon-free electricity was largely procured through carbon credits or renewable energy credits from hydroelectric projects in the Pacific Northwest and other resources. The policy board, I think it was just last year, changed their procurement approach to, instead of buying paper credits, directly investing in additional net new renewable energy projects. And so the goal was 2020 carbon-free. The new goal is 2030, 100% renewable in projects that we are in direct contract to build. So really stimulating direct investment and growth in additional net renewable energy projects.
And, if I could hop in, I think some of that is driven just by, climate factors. We're looking at, factors about the reliability of hydro, how much carbon credits could be relied upon. And I think, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, there was some requirements for meeting our renewable portfolio strategy, in terms of us having reliable GHG and renewable energy sources as part of our makeup of energy sources for 3CE. So there was a kind of confluence of changes that ultimately drove us. And you see that now as I sit on the operations board. I'm sure Councilmember Marks and Mayor Stewart see that, is that we're doing a lot of power purchase agreements to really try to induce, the creation of renewable and carbon-free energy sources.
Thank you for that. This is sort of piggybacking, I think, on Councilmember Pease's questions. She brought up leaf blowers. That is one of the areas that we've consistently over the last year, I think, heard questions from the public about why we're not focusing on that more. A couple other areas that through public comment leading up to this meeting that came up were things like passive solar architecture, photovoltaic coverings for parking lots, and landscaping, repurposing landscaping to be more water and environmentally resilient. And I'm just wondering, I know you had a robust community engagement process leading up to this work plan, and wondering if those items came up. I don't see them explicitly in the work plan, and so I'm wondering where those sit. They all seem like good ideas, but maybe they didn't rise to the top in terms of bang for the buck. Just wondering if you could talk about if you heard those and those throughout the community engagement process and what we will do with them.
Thank you, Councilmember. And to my recollection, those items didn't come up explicitly in our community outreach process, but they are, particularly the passive solar and the photovoltaic parking lot covers, are the kinds of things that aren't maybe independent actions or tasks, but are kinds of considerations we want to incorporate as we implemented tasks in our climate action plan. So, for example, every 3 years, the California Energy Code gets more and more efficient, requires less and less energy to operate a building of a similar size than the year before. And so through that efficiency, you need to use less energy use. We're starting to see in some spaces, and perhaps I'm not sure if it's actually in California yet, but the introduction of the concept of passive house, which is an ultra-efficient building that uses passive energy to heat and cool, enter some jurisdictions, building codes and energy codes. And so when we say in one of our actions in 2025, we'll reevaluate if we need to have any REACH codes to achieve our goals, that's the kind of thing we'd look at and say, how has the energy code changed in 2025? Is something like passive house a viable option? We'll retain that and reconsider at that point. Same with solar over carports, for example. There's, I think in the correspondence back to council, we noted that as we're looking at retrofit options and how we can support folks to retrofit on their own property, including solar, perhaps this is a detail that we can incorporate into that work.
And then my last question you brought up in your presentation was about, I think it was in the connected community pillar, about reassessing the viability of launching a micromobility program. And I know that topic has come up many times well, maybe not many times at this level, but I know it's been discussed at the Active Transportation Committee and in other venues. So I'm just wondering what that means at this point.
Yeah, so I'll start and also would invite Public Works if you have any additional comments or thoughts. But we'll just note that this has been a topic before council before. There's discussion of it in the Major City Goal Work Program. The conversation throughout this update process, we've heard from folks that are regional commuters, perhaps that don't have access to bikes, that something like this would help provide a first last mile benefit in the transit context and provide access to active transportation. We've also heard from other groups like Active Transportation Committee shared, an interest in implementing Tier 1 infrastructure before the launch of a bike share program. And so to walk that line, what we're proposing in this climate action plan is that we would continue to evaluate the sort of market for a bike share program, evaluate the fit, how much resource it would take to launch one, what it would serve, the benefit it would have, and should all of those be aligned with our resources and the commitments in various plans, consider launching it. One of the key staffing changes we made, and this is actually something that Lucia noted in her presentation, is there was a clerical error in that the Office of Sustainability Administration would be taking on that review and potential eventual launch so that folks like Adam in Public Works would have their capacity to deploy the infrastructure that's such a high priority. And I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Lucia, Chris. That was a really great presentation, and it's been a real privilege to watch this come up through Planning Commission and then here at City Council. My first question, I was really glad to see the continuation of the administrative action with implementing climate action with an equity lens. And you mentioned that we had over 900 unique community engagements and that there was a real focus on trying to connect with communities that were typically underrepresented. And I was wondering how we're maintaining relationships that had been developed through the community engagement process.
Yeah, this is something I'm really excited about, the fruits of this year of community engagement. So some of the relationships that we built include with Race Matters SLO, who is a part of our Green and Healthy Homes Roundtable. And as part of our relationship building, they got to know Block Power and other folks in our community that are now investing their staff and organizational resources on a climate justice lens, and it's a part of their kind of organizing documents now as a part of their work. And they're also receipt of grant awards along with Diversity Coalition to develop some marketing materials around how to communicate about green buildings and retrofits with all parts of our community. And so I think the relationships definitely have organic outflows after the strategy forums happened in 2022, and we're really excited to see where that goes. And there's also a new group that formed, the SLO County Climate Justice Collaborative, who submitted a letter to council, I think last month, and that will be a key organizational node that we'll have contact with going forward.
Thank you. And kind of building off of that, there was mention that the retrofits were behind schedule, just when we were kind of evaluating what we were doing really well and what we were maybe falling a little bit behind on. And you had mentioned that we were really going to focus on a particular sliver of households for doing the retrofits. And I know that it comes up a lot that 62% of our households are renters, and how are we going to engage that community so that we can eventually get those retrofits into those households?
Thank you, and it's a really important question. So I think we fortunately will, what's the expression, chew gum while we walk. So we'll focus narrowly, right, on the folks that could benefit most from the federal resources that exist. We're constantly in this phase of doing, learning, and planning at the same time, though, right? And so we just had a conversation this morning with the program manager of the heat pump electrification water fit program at the city of Palo Alto, and they're providing and they're engaging in new ways to access renter markets. And we were just in a conversation with our peer cities, understanding how recent direction from the Department of Treasury may actually allow for income qualification to live with the tenants and not the building owners, so that multifamily buildings that have low-income tenants may be able to directly benefit from it. So, excuse me, this is a really emerging space, but a space that we're really, really focused on because we know how critical it is that folks don't get left behind in this transition.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then I was really pleased to see the focus on urban forests, and this kind of comes with Councilmember Pease's question earlier about where and how do we sort of address some of these things that come up a lot from the public. And I was wondering if we're going to be entering a discussion of revising our compensatory planting program, or if that's something that fits a little bit better into the urban forest master plan that's going to be coming out in the new year.
I might invite Mr. Hill or Mr. Horn.
Let's have Matt jump up, and then we'll and then we can talk a little bit about what's in front of you on your forecast.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Sorry for jumping the gun, Bob. I thought it was coming up. So on January 10th, we do have a study session for the urban forest, and I think that's a great opportunity if council would like to refocus our attention into the compensatory planning section of the municipal code. I'm sure you're all aware that inside that removal section, there's a 1-to-1 replacement ratio for on-site trees and a 2-to-1 on off-site trees. But there are also some opportunity to adjust that if council would like a different ratio or some flexibility for different items. So.
Thank you, Matt. And then I think my last question here is, was wondering if we could talk a little bit about, I know we've really been talking about the idea of narrow and deep, and coming back to the circular economy, there's a lot of public interest and comment around the idea of plastic and polystyrene and why that's not included in that circular economy, and I was wondering if we could talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Council Member. Plastics and polystyrene, I think, fit in the category of things that are important and things that we deal with as an agency, but that may just fall outside of the scope of this particular planning document, which is primarily focused on avoiding landfilling organic waste.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. This is a fantastic report. I really want to thank you. A lot of work went into this, and I just am so encouraged that our city is doing the best we can to try to combat climate change. And my colleagues have asked so many of my questions that I really don't have very many right now, but I did want to say that under natural solutions, when you're talking about carbon sequestration practices to properties in the slow green belt, I wonder if you've also considered carbon sequestration practices within the city limits, like on medians or parks or large properties. I know the IWMA is offering financial incentives pursuant to SB 1383, what they're calling procurement. In other words, if various entities actually will take the compost from the biodigester and apply it to their land, they actually get financial incentives. And so I'm just wondering why at this point you're not including inside the city as well as outside of the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks. We're really excited about that procurement program, and has actually led to the anaerobic digester selling out of compost for the first time. So congratulations to that program. We are considering carbon sequestration within city limits, and one example of how the city is leading by example on that is spreading compost on the golf course, which our golf course manager, Vlad Cruz, is super stoked on the results and how it's improving the turf. And we also see that compost playing a role in city parks and potentially in tree plantings as well.
Yeah, and I did have one other question that has to do with the green building. And this has to do with incentives. Oh, here we go. It's Green Building 2.1B. Connect low-income building owners with resources, incentives, financing, and contracts. Well, I'm just curious about that because most people who own buildings aren't necessarily in that low-income category. So, you know, you might have a high-income building owner with a bunch of low-income tenants, and maybe this question's already been asked, but I'm wondering if there's any consideration of helping the low-income residents as opposed to the, I don't know how many low-income building owners you're going to find in the city. So can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. And I think the focus here, there's a couple of things. One, we'll be doing some research. We realize it's a small subset of the overall community, but for folks that do qualify for Inflation Reduction Act funds that do happen to own their own building, that's a slam dunk for them. And so working to identify those folks and then provide resources to help facilitate those transitions. Concurrently with that, again, we'll continue to research best available practices, continue to understand how those are applicable to tenants that income qualify and how that could apply to the building owner. So we'll continue to monitor that and not just monitor it as a way of pushing it off, but really actively understanding it and integrating it into the work that we're doing in this pillar.
And are you anticipating working with CapSlow and their energy conservation team? I don't know exactly what they call it, but yeah.
Thank you. And I think that's a really great example of how the relationships developed through the update process will continue through into implementation. So as part of the Green and Healthy Homes Roundtable, CapSlow participated in our six hour and a half meetings where we talked through all the nuances and intricacies of building electrification. And through that, we've been able to identify some opportunities to work together with CapSlow now, but that's also open that relationship for those future conversations as this funding comes online to really be able to achieve our mutual objectives together.
That's great. Okay, I have no further questions at this point. Thanks.
Well, similar to the Vice Mayor, many of my questions have been asked already, but I'll have just a few more. Kind of expanding on Councilmember Francis' question around equity. Thinking about Scott Smith's retirement today and Haslow and People Self-Help Housing, how are you actually connecting in the future? I know not today, but in the future for community engagement with people who are actually living, in low-income housing at this time?
Thank you. I think there's another really, and thank you for the question, Mayor. There's a really good story here also from the Green and Healthy Homes Roundtable where we had staff from Haslow participating throughout the process. We actually had a tenant from Haslow property participating through a number of the meetings as well. Through the grant funding we used to host those roundtables, we've also been able to secure just north of $100,000 to help begin to retrofit one of their properties. So we're in initial design work. I mean, they still have to decide if they want to execute on that, so we're not all the way there yet. But we have the design work in process, and that means energy efficiency improvements, but it also means for some of these tenants having access to air conditioning for the first time, so real quality of life improvements as well. And I use that as just one example as the kind of relationship building through work that will allow us to really understand the needs of organizations and tenants like that. And then as our learnings about access to resources, as our learnings about how these things succeed or where the challenges are in the community, we can continue to expand built on those relationships.
Awesome, thank you. I remember the first year I was on the council, there was a senior woman, and she said she lived in, low-income housing. She didn't have any sort of air conditioning, got really hot, so I think she'll be really excited to hear this update, so thank you. Also, I just wanted to say thank you, Chris, for going on the agenda breakdown. It really helped kind of share, and I just learned today that you could have actual pizza boxes that go in your compost, so I'm learning new things every day. And I think that kind of goes into the public education aspect of IWMA and really looking forward to seeing what you do going forward. Do you see different things you'd like to collaborate on with IWMA and the public education?
I think we could invite utilities staff to talk about the relationship with IWMA.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. We are in an exciting time with our relationship with the IWMA right now. You'll recall, especially council, how many times we visited you over the past 18 months or so on the different time and different items going on with the IWMA. But I am pleased to announce that we are in a very good relationship regionally with all of our partners on the IWMA. Thank you, Councilmember Marks, for your role in that as well. right now, IWMA is under new leadership with Peter Cron. We did unfortunately lose one of our staff members to the IWMA in the way that Jordan Lane went over there. I will be sneak preview introducing to you probably in one of the next council meetings our new solid waste and recycling program manager, Meg Buckingham. That's not the official introduction. We'll do that one. We will also be, towards the beginning of the next year, hiring our solid waste and recycling coordinator. So as defined in the plan, we have really defined this program with an appropriate budget in there to really accomplish a lot of the goals we have set forth in front of us. So I'm really excited about where the program is going all in all.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then as far as the many incentives that have been utilized since 2020, it's fantastic. And is there a tracking that happens for people who are in the more lower income brackets versus everything else as far as the incentives that were utilized and who's using it and how that happens?
Thank you, Mayor. So there are income qualifying incentive levels for a number of the projects. So we didn't ask for that level of breakdown, but we could obtain that. And so that would be available.
Perfect, thank you. I thought so, but you know. And I don't know if this would be the time or another time. Do you see with the grant management policy being at $5,000, do you see that being a hindrance in the cap, added a goal of getting grants hopefully in the future? Would that be something that in the future we should probably increase? Just a question.
Great question, Madam Mayor. We are in the process of changing that. I think our Finance Director, Brigitte Elke, was reaching out to the Government Finance Officers Association to ask them, well, what is an acceptable threshold in grant policy? And they said, you tell us. No one else has a policy. And said, well, we do. So we're going to be updating it and probably recommending a much higher threshold. As you know, there's just record amounts of funding out there right now, and we've adjusted our purchasing thresholds, and so we're going to recommend amount to the council, probably as part of the financial planning process, because that's where that lives, with the idea still that staff would never apply for things that are not part of our approved major city goal work program. So we're applying for grants, we're pursuing things that the council has authorized. The funding is just really an offset from the general fund or to augment the scope of things that the council's already authorized.
Great, thank you. And then last question, I know it's in our next topic a little bit. There's some discussions about turf and replacing turf, and I think we're talking about landscaping earlier from Councilmember Shoresman. Do you see that being something we have to get grants for as well to probably do some replacements, or is that something you think is just part of the normal work plan?
I might invite Public Works or Utilities to answer that question. Looks like it's Utilities.
Thank you again. As far as the strategy that we have right now, as far as turf replacement goes, it is one of a host of things we are still looking at. We're looking at it more, though, in the aspect of how do we conserve water, obviously. Right now, what we have found is a lot of our education and outreach programs really are hitting the mark. Again, the city is leading in the way of regional water conservation, and happy to say we're also in great shape due to the recent rains. More on that later. But at this point, it is one of the things we are considering. It is interesting when we do start talking about turf replacement, we have had some folks come out and really raise the question of equity in that, of, hey, we've already done this through our own means, how is this fair? So we're really looking at broad spectrum, where can we get the most bang for the buck for the entire community to save water?
Awesome, thank you so much. That's the end of my questions at this point. I don't see any other questions, so we'll move forward to public comment. City Clerk, will you call the speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is, I'm sorry, I just moved it. My screen refreshed and lost all my comments. So I'm just gonna wing it. Barry Rands will be the first speaker, then Geraldine Clemens, and then Angie Kasperzik.
Mayor Stewart and council members, glad to be here. I'm Barry Rands, resident of San Luis Obispo. Been here for about 12 years and very proud to be playing a part in the Slow Climate Coalition in helping the city to achieve the goal of net zero carbon by 2035. And when I come before you, I often talk about cycling or electric vehicles, but that would be part of Pillar 4. But today, I'd like to talk about Pillar 3, the green buildings one. I admire the city's ambitious goal of achieving a 50% reduction in existing building emissions by 2030. And I think that the activities around retrofit programs are spot on. And I especially like Green Buildings 2.1B that Council Member Marks referred to. It says create an equity-focused green and healthy building service to educate the community and connect low-income building owners with resources, incentives, financing, and contractors. And to achieve the 50% goal, this service needs to be extended to all homeowners and landlords. And I have two suggestions here. One, there already is a statewide program that is providing this service, and that's the Switches On, and I think several of you know about that. And so I'm just suggesting don't recreate the wheel, rather figure out how to partner with Switches On and tailor it to San Luis Obispo. And we did that with Resilient Slow, borrowed the better, what was it called, the Bright Action platform, yeah. So the second suggestion relates to connecting low-income building owners with resources, incentives, financing, and contractors. Connecting the property owners with resources, incentives, and financing has its challenges, but at least resources, incentives, and financing exist. I wish I could say that about contractors. For over 2 months, I've been trying to find a contractor to replace my gas water heater with a heat pump water heater under the 3CE incentive program, but no luck. There's not a single plumber in San Luis Obispo that works with 3CE to offer those incentives and will install that device. I finally found one in Atascadero, but even he was not familiar with the program, but I think we're gonna get it done. So this is not acceptable in our city. We need to do whatever it takes to get our local contractors on board with helping our residents to make the transition to electric.
Thank you so much. Teresa?
Geraldine Clemens and Angie Kasperzak, and then Judy Young.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jerry Clemens. I'm a resident of San Luis Obispo, and I'd like to let you know that I happen to live in VA Haslow housing. And I am a taskmaster when it comes to the clients that live in the, not clients anyway, my neighbors, about staying on top of using that green waste bin. And I've actually taken them bins from the, what is it, IBMW? You know who I'm talking about. Anyway, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. I want to talk about Pillar 6. And I would like to see more habitat restoration. Habitat loss impacts species loss by limiting reproduction, which limits biodiversity and alters species ranges, and we then have more wildlife interactions, just like what we've been experiencing here with the cougar that has, come down into our housing areas and, in Irish Hills. And we're very lucky to even have these type of experiences. But when we allow buildings in areas where these animals, this is their home as well. And I would just like for us all to be more cognizant of where we allow building. And if we do choose to allow people to build in those areas, have some type of an agreement that they will do whatever they can to protect whatever wildlife that we have. And by the way, I've been in contact with Greg, and I met Freddie, and spoke to them about a Zoom meeting that is going to take place with the Cougar Conservancy January 5th to address these issues on coexistence. So I'd really like everybody in the community to spread the word. They will have all the information. It's, like I said, January 5th, the National Park Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife is going to be present, as well as our local California CDFW. What I also want to say is that when we restore habitat, it improves soil quality, water quality, which improves agricultural productivity, for example. The more trees and plants that, we increase their presence, that increases actual precipitation, which then increases rain. Anyway, it's a win-win. Let's use nature. It's present. It wants to help us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
After Angie, it'll be Judy Young and then Craig Gunnard.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Angie Kasperzak, and I am a very active in homeless outreach within the city of San Luis Obispo. I wasn't going to speak, but I was very pleased to hear SB 1383 mentioned today in the presentation. Many years ago, Tim Jouet got me involved in food rescue and redistribution. We were very excited when SB 1383 was passed and thought it was a game changer. But it has not been advertised or enforced the way we hoped. Starting January 1st, 2022, grocery stores were required to donate edible food waste instead of throwing it away. Janine Rands has become one of my primary sources for donated food since the Jouets moved away. And I'm still getting calls from her where she is finding perfectly usable food in stores' waste receptacles. I have approached store managers who say they have not heard of the edible food recovery requirements. Restaurants will also start to need to start redistributing starting January 1st, 2024. My hope is that outreach can get in front of the start date this time. It would be my suggestion that as a first step, the city could write a letter which explains the requirements and provide it as soon as possible to all local grocery stores and restaurants. And so that groups like mine can have something official and easy to understand on hand when we approach local grocery stores and restaurants for donations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say, in my other job, I do work at Cal Poly, and the food bank receives many restorations from Trader Joe's. So,
Judy Young and then Craig Gunnard.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Judy Young, and I'm with Central Coast Community Energy, your local community choice energy provider. The City of San Luis Obispo joined us in 2020 and has been a leader among our member agencies ever since, helping us accelerate our clean energy goals and advance electrification efforts in our region. A key advantage of Central Coast Community Energy is that our excess revenues are returned into the community through incentive and rebate programs, as was mentioned in the presentation. Since our formation in 2018, we have invested over $24 million in our member communities, with $16 million earmarked for this year alone. The community and city of San Luis Obispo have received nearly $2.5 million in investment from CCCE to date. I am here tonight to applaud your Climate Action Plan update and express our continued support to fund the city and community's adoption of our clean energy future. Thank you.
thank you so much.
After Craig, it'll be Laura Albers and then Janine Rands.
Mayor Stewart and council members, I'm Craig Grenard, and I'm a homeowner resident here in SLO. Climate change may not always be the most visible problem facing SLO, but its impact on our city and state are undeniable. Time is against us, and we therefore must act now. Fortunately, the City of SLO has developed a climate action plan to address this need. The plan is comprehensive, impactful, and attainable. I'm here to ask the City Council to approve the Climate Action Plan work program and to make it the top priority for the city. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Aaron Pierce, and I'm the director for Cal Poly's Initiative for Climate Leadership and Resilience, and also a member of the SLO Climate Coalition. I wanted to express the support that the initiative has for the city's proposed climate action plan. It's very well thought out and organized, and it's clear that your staff are doing an excellent job. I would further like to describe a unique opportunity for the city. We recently received a substantial grant from the state to develop a fellowship program. Each student fellow receives $10,000 in exchange for completing 450 hours of community service work with a local nonprofit or government agency working to address challenges in climate change, food insecurity, or K-12 education. We have fellowships for 630 students, with 175 presently deployed in town. This provides an unprecedented opportunity for the city to take advantage of a tremendous increase in capacity at virtually no cost. And if the city were to take on a significant number of fellows, we may even be able to provide some extra support for supervision and coordination of activity. Presently, our fellows are working with SLO Climate Coalition to deploy the Resilient SLO program, also with City Farms SLO, EcoSLO, Ecologistics, and the San Luis Coastal Unified School District, among others. So I urge the city to take advantage of this opportunity and to work with us early to identify particular majors for targeted recruiting based on what projects you may be able, they may be able to assist you with. So if there's something that requires web development, we can take that to the graphics communications department. If there's something that requires communications, we can take that to the communications department, so on and so forth. There's all different sorts of things that we can help with, not necessarily just engineering or something that you might think of as a technical discipline. Organization for the second cohort has already begun, with the next round of student recruiting likely starting in February. Funding for the program has also been extended for 2 additional years at the state level, and while we've not yet submitted the grant for that funding, and so we don't have that yet, we're strongly optimistic about receiving it based on feedback from the state on our performance thus far with the grant. If you're interested in following up on this, and I hope you are, you can visit the website climate.calpoly.edu. My contact information is listed there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Laura Albers.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. My name is Laura Albers. I am a resident of the city of San Luis Obispo, and I'm also here as the Resilient SLO Program Manager with SLO Climate Coalition. First, thank you so much for your ongoing commitment to equity-centered climate leadership and resilience. I'm proud to live in a city that is not afraid to take bold steps and be a leader among cities in our fight to combat climate change, and I'm inspired by the 2023-27 Climate Action Plan Work Program. SLO Climate Coalition is rapidly growing our Resilient SLO program to activate SLO residents to take everyday climate action and build neighborhood resiliency, directly supporting the Climate Action Plan's Pillars 2 through 6. Resilient SLO is an equity-centered program built to engage and support community members in taking those everyday climate actions to reduce their carbon footprint, be disaster prepared, and help build more connected neighborhoods. What I am most energized by are the strategic partnerships Resilient SLO has cultivated that enhance program impact and cost effectiveness for the city of SLO. A few examples follow. SLO Climate Coalition are founding partners in the Resilient Central Coast Collaborative, where representatives from neighboring programs and partner organizations share ideas, develop marketing resources, and jointly pursue funding. The College Core Climate Fellows that Aaron just mentioned brought us 70 Cal Poly student fellows, providing a total of 31,500 hours of service this year, where they're engaging the community with everyday climate actions. Several of you brought up equity in this work in your questions to staff, and I'll echo the responses that Lucia and Chris provided. I am the treasurer for Race Matters, and I just completed a budget plan right before I came here for that Black Power grant that Lucia had mentioned. There are so many partnerships emerging for this sort of work. SLO Climate Coalition is a proud founding member of the Climate Justice Collaborative, which is a newly convened group of diverse community organizations working to ensure every person on the Central Coast is justly represented in regional responses to the impacts of climate change. We are conducting right now an equity screening that is funded by 3CE, evaluating the Resilient SLO web platform for accessibility, for inclusiveness, and for applicability to low to middle income, Spanish language preferred, renter, and multifamily households. In addition, I have one cohort of 10 student fellows who are bicultural and Spanish bilingual, and they are specifically focusing on outreach and engagement to underrepresented households and helping them not just access ideas for taking climate action, but making sure the rebates and incentives reach the homes that need it most. Thank you very much for your time and leadership.
Thank you.
Janine Rands and then Eric Bam.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and City Council. I'm from San Luis Obispo, and I've worked for about 8 years on plastics. I applaud that the city has worked to address the climate action plan, but in looking over the pillars, I'm concerned that pillar number 5, circular economy, does not make any reference to reducing plastics. Plastic use, production, if recycled or landfilled, and I want to refer to the recycled, is a carbon issue. Anything that's plastic bottles and considered recyclable is trucked up to Sacramento, that's a carbon issue. The city has 3 ordinances in place that address plastics. These are not mentioned at all. These need to be included. The polystyrene ordinance 8.06 passed in 2015, 2018. The plastic bottled beverages and water bottle filling stations 8.07. And the single-use straws 8.09 should be included. These are plastics, they are carbon produced. The report focuses most on the circular economy on SB 1383, green waste. In addition to the non-mention of our city ordinances on plastic, in this plan, there is no mention by abiding by the state laws that address plastics. And one in particular is AB 1276, that the governor passed in June 21, effective January 22. Single-use plastics, cutlery, straws, and condiments upon request. The city has not done any outreach and education that I'm aware of, or that the restaurants are aware of this, because they continue to display straws, cutlery, and single-use condiments on their countertops. Implementing the 3 ordinances save restaurants significant money by not having to purchase single-use items, as many are tossed in the trash, customers take more than they need, or they're given them without request. This whole business, use and then recycling of single-use plastic, increases the load of non-recyclable trash to landfill. I urge you to not pass this climate action forward until you've included a full implementation of plastics in your circular economy, and include references to your city ordinances in place. References should be made to acknowledge our part in supporting state mandates to reduce single-use plastics as a role model to every citizen, people who come to stay from other cities with plastic ordinances, and visitors who expect the best. Many California cities, there's at least 80 now who have very comprehensive ordinances. As a progressive city, that we're not enforcing our current ordinances needs to be rectified. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
After Eric Beam, Leah Brooks, and then my last speaker is Luke Dunn.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Eric Vium, resident of San Luis Obispo and chair of the Slow Climate Coalition. I want to first start by congratulating you on your elections, and I'm really proud of this council and that we have a unified council committed to leadership for equity-centered climate and resilience, and I'm just so proud of our community. I want to step back a little bit and I guess remind you as a council body that over 5 years ago, through council direction, the Slow Climate Coalition was formed. And there in this room is a small group of a much larger body of such deeply committed community members who are experts in a particular field or passionate about a particular part around sustainability and climate, and have committed themselves for years to help in partnership, work in partnership with the city to have us lead as a community, and with the understanding that we are in a position to lead and that our leadership inspires others around the Central Coast and around the world to take action on climate. And so we see ourselves as catalysts, as a community in partnership with our city, and I'm really proud to be serving in that role. I want to also acknowledge staff. You all know how lucky we are to have such phenomenal executive leadership and administrative and sustainability and departmental staff that across the board share a culture and commitment to equitable climate leadership and sustainability. The Climate Coalition across these last 5 years really started as a somewhat scrappy group of volunteers, and during these years we have really focused on professionalizing the organization, which looks like hiring professional staff and contractors, leveling up our communications, and growing the impact of our existing programs. And so you'll see we recognize where we stand in this moment, that with the urgency of climate change and the availability of resources, we really need to up our game as we talked about speed and scale. And so we're seeing ourselves more in a role of providing services to community members to help facilitate the difficult process of electrification. And I have personal experience to testify to that. So we really deeply appreciate the partnership that we have with our council and executive leadership and staff, and look forward to continuing that through the work program the next 4 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. I'm Leah Brooks, and I'm Vice Chair of the Active Transportation Committee. A great job on the plan update. I'm here to clarify the Active Transportation Committee's recommendation regarding bike share, because we didn't see it in the staff report. The ATC supports the concept of bike share, but it's a low priority to us because our responsibility as an advisory committee is to stay focused on completing the Tier 1 network as soon as possible so we have a complete bicycle transportation network. The Active Transportation Plan is full of statistics, including these. 83% of residents already own a bike. 60% of residents say there are not enough bike lanes, while 65% say they would bike more regularly if there were more off-street trails and physically protected bike lanes. Only after we have completed safe routes throughout the city can we accurately evaluate if there is truly a need for bike share. The committee is concerned that diverting staff to bike share would slow down Tier 1 implementation. Staff reminds us often that they have a whole lot on their plate. San Luis Obispo is very lucky in that the Bicycle Kitchen has affordable bicycles and other resources for all income levels. The State Air Resources Board is developing a subsidy program to help people purchase electric bikes. The details should be out early next year. The ATC is very excited that several hotels in our city are providing rental bikes and for their customers, and at least one bike shop has bike rentals. We really think that both these options can be expanded and, you know, in lieu of bike share, at least immediately. So I know that bike share is a very sexy program, but there are many challenges. And we're just really worried that it would just eat up staff time. And, you know, bicycles are stolen, they're vandalized, their docking stations are, you go to a docking station, the bikes are all gone. Sometimes you try to leave a bike at a docking station and it's full and you're not familiar with the city and you're scrambling, oh my gosh, what do I do? Where do I go? So anyway, thank you so much. I'm very proud of the city for doing this too, and so proud to be a resident and trying to be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you real quick, to clarify something you just said? Sorry, I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Did you say 80% of SLO City members own a bike?
83%.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I believe I'm next, Luke Dunn, lifetime resident, San Luis Obispo. It's a pleasure to see some of y'all again. I'm here to mainly just chat about Pillar 5, the circular economy. That term has so much potential, and it's just, to say the least, I was feeling very inspired after reading the Climate Action Plan, but also left with a little bit of anxiety with some of its vagueness, which again, all might be clarified in time. But again, it's just reading and just where we are right now with the standing, I almost hope that it's not set in stone. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I do feel like there still might be room for some revisions and things of that nature. Yeah, well, anyway, one of the things that has me concerned is the funding approach for all that. Pretty much everything under Pillar 5 and a few other pillars was staff time. And just after hearing some of the comments and the sort of workload on your plate, I don't know really if staff time hoping to be expanded, or like for IWMA, for example, is one entity, City of San Luis Obispo, another entity, the SLO Climate Coalition, another entity. So I guess it's just hoping for a little bit diversity as far as the parties that could potentially be included in that discussion. And I don't really know how, it's just a lot, so to speak, to see like the whole span of all the goals. And, you know, I was actually comforted by a conversation I had with IWMA earlier today, just kind of like trying to get a little bit of clarification for some of these things, because a lot of it seems to be 1383, which is, again, a big task of IWMA. So it's just trying to figure out, like, well, if this climate action plan, are they mirroring this sort of SB 1383, or as far as like sort of the initiation of that? But IWMA is already doing that, so I guess I'm just craving, and I'd like to be frank, just a little disappointed and eager to see a little bit more coming from a term such as that has limitless potentials, circular economy, you know, not to get too hung up on the specifics of that. But yeah, just with some of the other comments, it's a very complicated Venn diagram we have with like the SLO Food Bank and the food recovery programs that are already in play. Just even, you know, with CAPSLO or all these other sort of entities that are moving in the same direction, but, you know, what sort of strategies could we deploy to help that collaborative process more? You know, it's just hard getting over to these meetings. Like, I applaud all of y'all. I just forgot how taxing this is. Like, you know, just getting dark so early. And but I do hope to, myself, you know, full transparency and disclosure, I've been absent. I think it's hard. Everyone's sort of segueing back into normalcy or redefining what normal is. But I guess I just, looking forward to, I guess, participating more myself. So hope to have chats with each one of you individually. And maybe I should hand out my resume to someone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we'll talk about that.
That was the final speaker.
All right, thank you so much, City Clerk. So many good topics brought up by our public commenters. Do you have any more questions? Okay, any more questions before we, okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. One of the speakers brought up the question of plastics not being included in the Climate Action Plan. And I'm just curious, what plan does the elimination of plastic waste fall under, if not in this plan?
So perhaps I can answer the question by just offering a global observation. I think that, Mr. Reed has offered, some comments about where we can be most effective. And as you all know, one of my favorite comments is focus is our friend. And we are fortunate to have some partners. And so the city does a lot, and we can either use our regulatory authority or we can lean on our joint powers as the agencies, whether it's 3CE, the IWMA. There are lots of partners that we can rely on. Tonight was mentioned workforce, and so that certainly prompted a conversation in my mind of, well, what are we doing with 3CE to, spur and activate the Workforce Investment Board at the county to take on some of these tasks. And some of you know that the Inflation Reduction Act has this provision for workforce development around some of these burgeoning industries so that trades and apprenticeships are developed, because we know the workforce is going to have different challenges in the 21st century. So I'd invite Mr. Floyd to come up and talk specifically and answer your question around plastics. I think the answer is probably more complicated than us doing something alone, but really about what we do with the partnership, and then where do we use our legislative advocacy at the state level. Because there are clearly, these issues kind of span across jurisdictional boundaries, but that's not to mean that we can't do more here. And we are doing more here. You're going to see more visible examples in our streets, in our parks, as we roll out what's affectionately called as the big bellies for providing more recycling opportunities. And then, Aaron can provide some more insight about, what we can do on the policy side.
Thank you, City Manager Johnson, and thank you, Mayor and Council, again for the question. I think it is important to pause for a second, though, as the speaker who was up here earlier did note, in that the city has been a real leader in that when we do look at the polystyrene ban that the city adopted in 2015, the plastic bottle, single-use plastic bottles, as well as straws on demand. It is nice to see that this conversation is growing, so that the city of San Luis Obispo does remain a leader in this area, and this conversation is now growing. So we do have new legislation or newer legislation such as AB 1276 that the speaker also referred to as well. And this is really focusing in on single-use food accessories and condiments, especially those condiment packages and the like. And this is really in addition to the larger kind of straws upon request kind of conversation going on. We have, as I spoke to earlier, an incredible relationship that continues to blossom with the IWMA, and it's through that partnership that we have committed to not go it alone on an item like this. This really is much more of a regional conversation. Many of these restaurants, for example, on this one, tend to be not only in the city, but also outside of this. So the more regional conversation, the more comprehensive and thorough we can be on a regional level with that outreach, the more effective we're going to be to actually see that change that we're hoping to see. So to that end, we are working, and the IWMA is in the process of creating that universal outreach for the entirety of everyone in the county, and they will be actually presenting that when they go out and do some of the site visits to these facilities. The city might fill in the gaps on some of those if we do recognize that it does have some deficiencies in there. We are considering some potential at this point for outreach during business license issuance processes right there. The IWMA will recommend a universal enforcement strategy to local agencies. Again, though, I really want to stress, not everyone's quite there yet. We really, with any program like this, we focus on education first. Education, education, education. These are people in our business community. We want to see them succeed. We just want to see them succeed and follow the rules there. The county, at this point, if you'll recall, about a year ago, we did have a conversation about the county perhaps being in the enforcement agency on that. At this point, when we move to the enforcement part of that, that will be something that we will likely have to come back in front of council and bring that so we can codify that part specifically, so the city would be the enforcement agency if we ever did find ourselves going to that. Again, additional information for council and community on AB 1276 is on the IWMA website, as well as on the city's website for folks to learn more about what's being proposed there.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Yeah, and my question is, are we seeing the whole issue of addressing plastic as separate from climate action plan? Or are we seeing it as something that belongs in the climate action plan? So that was really my question.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, we're recommending the plan tonight to not include plastics as a component of our climate action plan, although it's clearly an important component of other work we're doing.
And if council wanted to direct us to, I think that the Major City Goal Work Program's coming up. We're happy to, if the council is interested in taking action or legislative action or advocacy with IWMA, we'd look to you. And again, we're looking for tonight on climate action, really where can we have the biggest returns of reducing greenhouse gas emissions with our investments? And we've offered those 4 areas where we can have the biggest impact, and then we'll come back and we'll reassess. And I think using our partnerships, whether it's, our role on 3CE or your role on IWMA to advocate for items through those agencies, or using our legislative platform, those are really, I think, other avenues to explore.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And when you mention advocacy, are you picturing us giving you guidance separate from the LEDGE platform in the future?
I think, all of these, I think we've got the legislative item next, and that will then, we can talk a little bit about that, and then our recommendation on that item is for an ad hoc committee. And so all of these conversations can be taken into account as we figure out our strategy and our kind of growing platform of where we want to insert influence and where we want to do it ourselves, and I think, it's the adage of, going alone or going with others, and that's what we're always trying to evaluate. And we've gone alone in some cases, and we've really led the way. We've been kind of the change agent, and I think that's a policy choice and kind of discernment choice for the council as we evaluate our work programs.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
I was just going to offer to start the discussion if that's where we're ready to go.
I do have 2 more questions, if that's okay.
Go for it.
On page 155, we talk about the greenhouse gas inventory update, and it's been a while since, of course, we could get actual real updated data. When do you picture the new GHG inventory update to be done?
Thank you, Mayor. We anticipate, as we discussed, having full 2020 data available shortly, likely early next year. However, 2020 is also a very strange year from an emissions perspective, so likely the following year we'd be able to put together the 21 inventory, and that would hopefully start to see some of the impacts from our early actions.
Great, thank you. And this is probably a question that may not be able to be answered, but volunteer coordinator, do we have a timeline?
I think they began on January 4th, 3rd, somewhere around there. We're super excited about that. So we really hope to activate the community on some great stuff.
Great, thank you. Just heard a lot of volunteer comments earlier and was picturing how busy that person's going to be. So thank you so much. Okay, those are my first 2 questions. Thank you so much.
So just to get this discussion going, I feel like there's been a lot of really great thoughts shared by staff. Thank you so much again for the report. I think it's really thorough, detailed, and when I first looked at it, I was like, how can they possibly do all this in 4 years? It's very ambitious, and then we come here tonight, and even in our comment leading up to the meeting, so many other ideas, right, that are great ideas and that maybe we aren't even leading on at this moment, but are still really important issues around climate change that people are passionate about, but they're still not even in this very ambitious work plan. So I think that it's important for people to realize that just because it's not within this 23, 27 work plan does not mean that it's not important or a good idea or something that we should absolutely pursue. It's just maybe something that's not going to get us quite as much bang for our buck in the next 4 years as what we see in this actual work plan. And one of the things that I spoke with Chris about earlier today was, is there a way that we can take this feedback and these other items that have been generated, other areas of interest that people have, plastics and the photovoltaic, it's not the right word, the solar on parking lots and so many of the other ideas that, leaf blowers and landscaping remodels. Is there some way that we can take all these ideas and put them sort of in our bike rack, as we've been talking about, or our parking lot, so that they are memorialized somewhere, so that we can remember to come back to them, maybe as we check things off our list in this 2-year plan, in our 2-year work plan, that we can remember all those great ideas. Not that they're going to go away. I think they're going to keep coming back. The public is going to keep telling us that they want them and think that they're important. But it would be nice if there was a place that we could just sort of document the things that we want to come back to in a future iteration of our work plan. One of the other pieces of feedback that I gave earlier today, but I'll just mention it again now, is that there are quite a few items in the work plan that don't give clear, measurable tracking mechanisms around them. And some of those items are pretty specific tasks that if you just complete the task, then maybe that's even the way that you track progress is, check the box, task completed. So I offered the suggestion that, that maybe we look at some of those things that don't have clear measures that we can track and try to come up with things that seem reasonable so that we can have a way of checking that box when we've gotten to a place with that particular item that we're happy with and we want to move on to something else. I love the fellowship idea, the information that was shared. I think that's maybe where Mayor Stewart was going with asking about the volunteer coordinator. Maybe there's some ways that we can partner with this fellowship program to provide education to restaurants around plastics or to residents around SB 1383 or to grocery stores around, changing their donation practices or their waste practices, or maybe even it's an issue of the inventory that they're ordering. Maybe they're ordering too much stuff and that's creating the waste. So anyway, I would love to hear more creative synergy around how to use volunteers for some of these educational opportunities. And then just to say that I appreciate the focus on equity and creating the most improvement for the people who need it most. We know that equity, that the people of minority populations or low-income populations are the most impacted by climate change historically and currently, and so it only seems fair and appropriate to focus our energies on not only where we can make the most improvements the quickest, but also where we can benefit community members the most productively in the shortest amount of time. And then finally, I just empathize with Mr. Rands over there trying to get a heat pump or other energy efficient items installed in his home. I've done a little bit of looking myself and I know that it's a challenge. So sometimes I like to think that maybe it's because we're a leader in this area that we don't have enough contractors and people to do the work, but the devil's in the details. So I guess we'll see if that improves over time with some of these new funding streams and incentives, and I'm looking forward to taking advantage of some of that myself. And last but not least, I just want to echo what Ms. Brooks said about continuing to focus most of our energy on complete streets over micromobility. I do think that there is a place for micromobility, but I do think that that conversation should happen in conjunction with Cal Poly. I think they would be a really important player in any micromobility system that we decide to pursue. And I think if we don't have complete streets for people to ride their bikes on and walk on, then there's less value in that type of program.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Great, thank you so much. Great remarks, Council Member Shoresman, so I'll kind of build on what she said. And so a lot of gratitude. You know, we all look through these agenda reports with like, okay, where, you know, are there gaps? Are there, you know, things that we need to adjust based on community comments? And no, in my perspective, nothing that I want to change in this document. It's just been so thoroughly vetted, so many questions asked, so much clarity in the focus is our friend, that nice work. So excited about moving forward with that. And I think that there is opportunity that we see that all kinds of amazing things are happening in the community, that we're kind of wonderfully having to, you know, like, yeah, go, you know, we'll help where we can type of thing. And so those ripple effects that we can be the support role and other ones were the leader role. So I'm super grateful to the Slow Climate Coalition and just what that has rippled out. Just some amazing work that's being leveraged. So thank you. The embodied carbon issue, I think, is it's real and doesn't necessarily have to be in this document. You know, we have a plan, we have a protocol, et cetera. And I mean, just a month or two ago, we were wowed by the Public Works Department. I think it was White Hicks. Who just like schooled us on low embodied carbon, concrete in particular. And so I think that work is happening. So I hope that we continue to recognize that opportunity as that goes through. Similar to leaf blowers, awesome that we're doing the homework already. And so maybe we'll talk about that later. Electric vehicles, always excited about, but I just feel like I want to make sure we're all remembering that's, you know, that's the lowest, right? The cars, it's about land use, it's about all those other ways to get together. So I think that's expressed well here. I think initially there was some of the electric vehicles as savior type of approach, and I think we've really adjusted our thinking to be able to say like, and for those very few occasions when you need a single occupancy vehicle, then at least go electric. So I definitely support that. The community engagement that you were asking about as well, super impressive work, and I look forward to when we update the community engagement manual and those protocols. I feel like you set some new groundwork for how to reach, you know, our inner ring and then the next ring and then the ring out from that, and what does that look like when you need to compensate people for their time to have that level of engagement. So I think that was kind of groundbreaking for us, and I hope that we get to continue and build on that. And then my final comment is really just the recognition that our initial plan always had a to be determined, right? We knew we had this much emissions and we would take care of it. The state would do a certain amount, and you know, each of the pillars addresses a certain amount, and there was still a gap to 2035, and that's still there. And once we get our new inventory, we'll kind of know where that is. I think we need to, as we get closer to it, if it's still a gap, I think we need to truly not just let it be a to be determined, that we need to close that gap. It gives the credibility of our ambitious goal of 2035. We got to follow through on that. So I do want to keep that in mind over this work plan, to have the next round that it's all the way through and figure it out, whatever that investment is going to be, that we're planning for it up front. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, I'm just, I have to say, I'm just so impressed with this document, and I actually cried when I was reading it because I'm one of these people, yeah, I won't cry now, but I'm one of these people who's been actively trying to combat climate change for decades. I think Eric Wiem was an undergraduate when I first got involved in this whole effort, and I have felt at times hopeless. However, this document makes me feel there's hope, and we're actually doing it. And obviously, what we do in the city of San Luis Obispo, when you look at the whole global situation, it's not going to be determinative, but I feel for our residents, there's so much support for this and so much community energy that it's really moving. I did want to speak a little bit about the IWMA. It consists, there's 6 staff members, okay? And if council appoints me to the IWMA in January, and if the board elects me, I should be the president of it next year for 2023. And so one of my goals, whether I'm president or not, is to really get the IWMA to work with the 8 jurisdictions, the 7 cities and the CSDs to build the volunteer energy that's out there. So this IWMA has got, it's really got a lot of wonderful educational material, but the question is, how do we push that out to the jurisdictions? And mainly what it's doing is trying to help the cities meet state mandates, and that's a big deal. So what the city is doing here, I think, is going to be inspirational for us, but also for all of the jurisdictions. And I also am quite happy to see the way that 3CE is supporting and supporting financially and supporting in terms of getting clean energy, and that's included in our climate action plan. I wanted to just also say that I love the nitty-gritty tables in the back, which I printed out because I really wanted to make sure I read them and understood them. I had a few comments that just to consider if we could figure out some way to give incentives for retrofits. And if there is the plumbers union is David Baldwin. There are people, there's a plumbers union here. Go talk to him and say, hey, you got to start training your guys to get me heat pumps and like that. Also, a lot of developments in the city, the new ones, all have heat pumps. So there are people out there, and I think that's something that the Climate Coalition could attack. That'd be great. In terms of the connected pillar, the connected 1.1, when you're talking about household transportation surveys, I think we also need to do origin and destination surveys for the businesses. The Downtown Association, I was talking with them about that this morning. But businesses in general, we're trying to reduce commuting, and one of the ways to do that is to get people who work for the same employer to actually get organized on a business-by-business level so they can carpool and figure out ways to reduce trips. Let's see what else here. Basically, I'm just really impressed, and I'd like to support the staff recommendation and bring a motion when the time is right. So thank you.
Sounds good. And I have to say, I did talk to David Baldwin, and they went to a great presentation in DC, and there's a lot of training that will be happening for the pipe fitters and for many of the different building trades employees. So, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you so much. Like I said earlier, I've just really appreciated watching this document move through from the Planning Commission up through the City Council and really come to appreciate the narrow and deep approach as you all articulated. I also wanted to echo some of the things that the fellow council members said, particularly Council Member Marks, around this being an incredibly moving process to be a part of. It feels like a great privilege to be able to pass something like this, as we hope we do this evening. And also just kind of on a community level, Councilmember Shoresman was talking about the idea of creating a repository of ideas. And I think there's kind of a reoccurring theme that whenever anything comes up around our climate goals or environment, that we get the same sort of commentary around, trees and leaf blowers and plastics, and they're really super important and people really care about them a lot. And so having a place where they are put into the document just as an acknowledgement, hey, these exist, we already have some ordinances around it, so we're not addressing it separately, or there's a state law that's coming down, so we're not gonna address it right now, but just giving it sort of space so that those voices are being heard and there's an acknowledgement that we're doing work around that, I think is really important. I also was listening to some of the commenters today talking about that they are already out in the community trying to educate the grocery stores and the restaurants about the existing ordinances, and there was a request about getting a letter from the city that sort of just referenced that, hey, these ordinances already exist, and that could kind of be turned over then to the folks who are doing that work within the nonprofits and the organizations, then as a tool for them just to say, do the education and outreach, which I think is so central to what we're trying to do here today. So I liked that idea that it's not necessarily adding to our workload, it's just pointing out that these exist and kind of adding to the education piece around that, particularly when we're talking about AB 1276 and the polystyrene ordinances and the single-use straws, and then some of the new language around 1383. So that was just kind of my only feedback on anything that we might potentially address or maybe add to that or have it in a separate piece. I'm not sure how we'd want to deal with all of that. And also wanted just to say that the 3CE, I personally, got $700 towards my own e-bike that's parked out front, so it's been awesome. Really, really excited about all that, those opportunities for people to tap into that funding. And also wanted to make sure that I just acknowledge that I'm really looking forward to addressing issues with our urban forest and re-examining, as we talked about earlier, compensatory planning strategies in the new year, and perhaps increasing the pace of our really ambitious tree strategy. So with that, just wanted to say thank you all very much for all of your incredible work.
Thank you, and thank you to all my colleagues for all of your comments. There's so much of what I've already been thinking about, but also have a few more things to add, of course. So as far as going back to way back at page 1, I know I said it in our meeting with Bob and Chris, but yes, always look for grants and get more money. That sounds fabulous. I'm a big fan of grants to offset our current funding or to be able to do more. Sometimes that means that we have to change around our order of projects and work, which is, I think, sometimes challenging, but I think that is always, yes, free money, or kind of free money. I'm really excited about the volunteer coordinator, but I mean, honestly, that volunteer coordinator could just do climate action work from what we're seeing. So we have to be careful of that. But I think there's a lot of opportunity, and, obviously I would never want to call it this, but I keep thinking about trash ambassadors when it comes to education. Of course, we would never call it that, but there's just so much on the plastics, and instead of going full on code enforcement, it's really the education first. And I remember the first time I asked city manager, why can't we just get out there, every new restaurant, just tell them polystyrene, straws, all our things? Well, yes, and we also have this many other codes they need to care about if we were to put it all on a piece of paper. So trying to think about that balance around how do we kind of highlight the top issues every maybe quarter or something. And I love the idea. I think, Erin, you were mentioning about the business license issuance time period and kind of highlighting things at that time. So, I think these are good ways to continue education and also educating people in our community, whether it's through the College Corps and the exciting volunteers through Slow Climate Coalition or just our general community members. I don't know how we can kind of encapsulate that a little bit more in this climate action plan, but I'd love to see how we say we support the work we're doing, we support the community's involvement or something like that would be really just showing that we support that action. I love the idea, Councilmember Francis and Councilmember Shoresman around the bike rack and kind of how do we hold space for the community and that bike rack in the town hall meeting maybe. We have so many different town hall surveys through time, which is fantastic and amazing. And also, it doesn't really get culminated in one place. Now, of course, we have the exciting every 2-year major city goal and budget planning that we're about to do, so that could be the place, but where to kind of point people back to, I think will be really helpful. The one thing I noticed when I was reading this plan was the integration aspect that I think would be really helpful. So when I contacted you and said, okay, where exactly do I find the detailed work plan? Page 209, okay, thank you. Because I felt like I read through and I'm like, I can't find exactly. And I sent the city manager the California Climate Action Plan. First page, bam, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna increase this by 71%. We're gonna take this, we're gonna have 4 million jobs, whatever it was. The point is I can't point to something clearly and say, community members, these are the top 5 things we're doing. So I think it would be really helpful in the measurable and accountable, all of our fun, smart goals of kind of a little bit more in depth there. I love the in progress, the delayed, the ongoing, that part was very, very helpful. And I don't expect exact dates or anything or exact percentages, but I think if we can help our community understand the work, because there's so much work you're doing and all the staff is doing, and I don't think that the general community gets to really identify that. So whatever we can do to help people see it is, I think, really helpful. And then the other thing, kind of tying in back to polystyrene and the rest, is if we could integrate online only, where we can click the links. So I was looking for the climate action plan, then I was searching for the ones you showed on the first couple slides. There's like the 3 main, the ATP, the work plan, and something else. And I was trying to find them all, and I just thought, can we just have clicks that I can just click through and find it? I think it would be helpful. And then when it comes to these different polystyrene and AB 1276 and SB 1383, you can just click to where you're trying to find these things. There's so many parts to what we do that's required by law that our community members may not necessarily know. So why we do SB 1383 the way we're doing it, I think is a lot to do with what's required by law. So just helping people see that, I think, will be important. I love the emblems. At first I thought, well, do we need to spend that kind of money on just making things cute? But then I really, I know it's more than that, and that's why I really appreciated you sharing today around this is a really great learning opportunity, whether it's QR codes or whatever it may be that helps people see what we're doing and why, I think is really great. So thank you for that. I do wonder for people who don't use technology, how will we help them? Because I know there are some people who have literally handed in applications in handwriting because they don't have access. So whether they don't have it or don't want it, 2 different things, but still. And then I do really appreciate bringing up around the retrofit for incentives. I think with the narrow and deep, that may not be something we can do right now, but if that's something we could at least just identify that we're all interested in for future, I think that would be helpful. There are some people who want to go all in right now, and if there's ways we could help them point to that direction, that's great. Only a couple more things, I promise. All right, the bike share, agree fully with Councilmember Shoresman, whether it's Cal Poly, whether it's Cuesta, whether it's Hancock maybe. We really have to look at the collaboration that would lead this. We can't do, I don't want to be the leader on that bike share program. I don't think it makes sense. But I do worry about getting to the public transportation that we've talked about. And I know in here, I think it's 4.2, talking about the short-range transit plan, really excited by that. I see employees all the time not be able to get to work on time in numerous industries, and that's one of the key reasons. And I also see people who are seniors or just not feeling as comfortable driving downtown anymore. If we can help them get here in an easier way, then and it may not be the bike. Urban forest, agree when we get to that next month. If there's some tie-in that we can talk about the climate action plan and the compensatory planting, I think that's a great idea. And also really appreciate the plumber program incentive conversation, but really it's California's working so much on training workers, and again, I think as we say, we're supporting what other people are doing in this plan. I think that's important, not that we're the ones doing it all. We're not gonna train the entire workforce, so I think that's important. And I know we'll be talking about advocacy later, but I definitely do think that, again, just highlighting in the climate action plan that we want to see advocacy done from the city on these few overarching topics, I think will be helpful. Just that way, all of our plans tie together and play off each other, I think make the most sense versus constantly having these siloed plans. So that's just my thoughts on that. So I believe Vice Mayor Marks wanted to make the motion. Any other questions or comments before we go there? All right, thank you.
Well, yeah, before I make the motion, I wanted to say, are you asking for like an index in the back so it would be easy access? Or when you're saying?
I'm gonna leave it to staff to decide the best way possible, because it may be just, like I said, I picture it online, is like if you go, I don't know, short-range transit plan, I'm just making it up. And you click there and there, it takes you to the short-range transit plan.
Okay, I
So
get
that it's not like trying to constantly search for what we're doing. It's all in one place or accessible in one place.
So, Mayor
Thank
and
you.
council members, just a quick recommendation based on the discussion, if it would be helpful. One, we can definitely go back through the document and hyperlink to all of our existing plans, so it's
Okay,
easy
good.
to access. I think to the other question about, the actions that are reflected in the plan are the ones that are specific to greenhouse gas emissions, given the scope that we discussed originally. That is not to say that there aren't a whole bunch of different city policies that are climate related, but not necessarily a part of the climate action plan. And so what I might suggest is that we just add in a sentence saying, for other climate related policies at the city of San Luis Obispo, please click here, and then we can have a separate page on our website where we can update and change as we have new policies for reference.
Love it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would like to move staff recommendation. I'm not going to read it, but both points, adopt the resolution, attachment A, and the work program, attachment B, and then secondly, authorize staff to apply for grants, which is very important. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman. Do you second?
I was gonna second.
Awesome.
Madam Mayor, before you take the motion, I think Mr. Reed just has a clarification. We want to make sure we have amalgamate all the comments into a document that when it gets finalized, you go, yeah, that's what we meant.
Exactly. So I have 3 edits. One is the idea that Mr. Herman just shared, to have this sentence clarifying in scope and out scope with a link to a website that provides an index of sustainability resources. 2, we want to make sure that we clarify that the administration department would be leading the bike share evaluation process. That'd be an edit we would propose to make. And then we heard from a number of folks around the in-body reference to no quantifiable metric available, and we actually amended that in the final table, but never brought those amendments back forward, where we talk about there's qualitative metrics and we're more specific. And so we would just recommend bringing that much better edited version in 5.1 back into the body so that those metrics reflect some of the comments we heard.
That
All
sounds
right, so
perfect.
does that do we need an amendment then, or is this
I think that I would just add to the motion with under 1 with changes as specified by council. And we
that would do it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would do it.
Then let's add that. Is that a friendly amendment for the second?
Perfect.
Great, thank you for all of the updates. City Clerk, can I have roll call?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the Climate Action Plan passes 5-0. Thank you very much. It's amazing work. On that note, we're going to take about 5 minutes before we go back to the next topic. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go ahead and get restarted. Our next item is the 2022 State Legislative Briefing, and I'm excited to hear from Greg Herman and Hans Poschman.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Still happy to be here and still excited to present this item as well with Hans. So this is two parts. One is a review of the state legislative session from the past year and also kick off our process for next year's advocacy as a city. The recommendations are simply to receive and file the report on the 2022 state legislative briefing and then also appoint an ad hoc subcommittee of council members to review the current legislative platform and make recommendations to the full council in advance when we need to weigh on a future state legislation. Next slide. Or Hans, sorry. It's okay. No worries. So just a quick overview of the city legislative program. This program is run out of the administration and IT department, co-located with our grant program, which is a helpful nexus that Hans will be able to speak about in a bit. And essentially it recognizes that the city may want to weigh in, and it's in our interest, in fact, to weigh in on state legislation on matters that we deem important to the city. The mechanism that we do that is our legislative platform. The legislative platform is really just a set of pre-approved consensus positions by the council on a variety of different policy areas. And then how that works is that as we receive letters in request of support or opposition for state legislation, if the legislation or the request is in alignment with one of those pre-approved positions, we're able to then directly send a letter on behalf of the city via the mayor to be able to take that advocacy position and skip coming to a city council meeting to have the full council weigh in on that process. And I'm really happy this year's report, we've got some data that actually shows that this is an effective program. When we weigh in, we typically get the results that we want out of the process. It's reviewed and amended every year. The way we do that is through that ad hoc subcommittee. Hans is going to speak a little bit about that later, and I'm happy to turn it over to him for the balance of the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to start with some interesting stats and data to give some perspective. Over the 2-year legislative cycle, the legislature proposed 5,129 bills. So imagine the workload for them. Out of that, in just the last year, 1,166 bills were passed by the legislature, and the governor signed 997 of those. So kind of shows on the screen the veto rate, which was 14.5%. It's pretty consistent with his previous years, but I think it's kind of a good perspective to see like there's so much going on that we can't possibly weigh in on everything. So we have to be targeted and judicious with our time and making sure we're weighing in on the right things. I'm gonna roll through some of our major one-time spending that came up in the budget. The state budget is about $307 billion. This year we had a $97 billion budget surplus, which allowed the legislature to do a lot of one-time spending at the urge of the LAO and a lot of people who are concerned about creating new programs with funding that may not be there in the future. So at the top we have the $700 million for encampment resolution grants. This is a program that the city is going to look into and see if we're eligible for funding. It does go to cities, but it does appear that it's more suited for the county to take the lead on because it really requires wraparound. Additional $1 billion for homeless housing accountability prevention program. Unfortunately, the city is not eligible for that money. That can only go to counties and other agencies. $2.5 billion for a variety of housing programs. There's 2 other housing programs that are in there that the city is eligible for, and staff will be looking into that funding as it is released. $21 billion to energy and climate change. So as we dropped, we just talked about that for a while, so that's a big chunk of money, and we'll continue to watch where things are going with that with our grant writer. investments in infrastructure, and then, as you probably know, the money that came back to individuals be the $9.5 billion returned. You probably got it put directly into your bank account. Moving on to behavioral health, one of the big issues was the Care Courts. So the Care Courts is a new program that will focus on individuals who are schizophrenic or have psychiatric disorders. And so it's being created by the Judicial Council of California. They receive funding to do this. The funding will be used to set up the program, and the court will be used to take referrals in from individuals or community organizations regarding basically individuals who have psychiatric disorders and create a plan. And so the court can create an enforceable plan that tells the county, for the most part, you need to go provide housing, you need to provide services, you need to do kind of a whole wraparound plan for this person, and it's enforceable. If the county doesn't comply, the county loses money. They're not providing additional money, I don't believe, at this point for counties to implement. They're going to come out of existing funding. And the county gets like $55 million a year for this kind of services. Just to note that this won't launch in our area until December 1st of 2024 as the required deadline. Some other areas around the state will have it start prior to that, mostly big cities that probably have the staffing and resources to move a little bit faster on that. Diablo Canyon Extension, we've talked about this in earnest in the past, but this was a big thing for our local community. Just a reminder that the governor put forth a plan to loan PG&E $1.4 billion to extend operations at Diablo Canyon. The PG&E was applied for and was approved for federal funding to extend operations, so the state should end up being reimbursed for that money, so it shouldn't actually come at a cost to taxpayers, and it all is based on how much profit PG&E makes on this deal. Currently looking at a 5-year extension of operations. Two big things that are also included in this package, $160 million for economic and land conservation. It's widely believed that this is mostly around Wild Cherry Canyon and potentially, if money is left over, investing towards the region's vision via the Parcel P, what we want to do with that in the future. But that's contingent on money being left. And then $1 billion in renewable investments. So the state's really put a lot of money into the renewables this fiscal year. On to environmental quality, we talked a bit about SB 1383 earlier. A bill that's kind of a follow-up to that is AB 1985. It gives the city 2 more years to achieve compliance. The cities across the state have been really struggling with this. If you're not familiar, SB 1383 requires the state to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% by 2025. The state budget also put $180 million in additional funding for implementation. So that would be money coming to the city, to cities across the state to help them with the implementation of this program. Again, staff will be following that. There's no details on how they're going to be sharing that money out yet. A big bill on plastics recyclability. SB 54 was a big compromise piece of legislation that basically puts responsibility for plastic recyclability on producers, creates a tax fund base where they're going to provide money to communities. And so any additional measures that our city would have to take to implement SB 54, because we will be responsible for recycling more things, will be paid for by the state out of the producer's fund. So it should come at little to no cost to the city, which is exciting. It doesn't go into full effect until 2032. So again, a lot of these things are long-ranging plans and projects, but starting in 2027, the producers have to start putting in $500 million a year into a state fund for 10 years to fund this project. Housing, AB 2011 SB 6, I know we've talked about this a little bit in the past. It's a streamlined housing project in commercial corridors otherwise zoned for large retail and office buildings. The legislature compromised and went with 2 pieces of legislation that were competing at one point and was not sure either one of them would pass. So it provides two different options for a developer. They can go down path one, which has more stringent labor standards and requires more bringing in some of the unions and stuff like that. And training requires for workers. The other one goes on a affordability requirement. So if you want to build in these zones and use this design standard or rights, you can put in more affordable housing, and once you meet that criteria, you are able to just go. I am working with Kyle Bell and Housing and on a longer memo that's going to detail out some more about where the zones in the city that will be affected by these pieces of legislation are. So expect that coming soon. I think it's in the very final stages. And CDD is, like I said, reviewing the language as well. Government's transparency and labor relations. So we have a Brown Act update. Due to a series of executive orders, we were able to do some telemeetings, and some of those rules are changing with the executive order sunsetting that is not going to be available after February 28th in 2023. However, there's a piece of legislation that lets it continue a little bit longer. The legislature wants to continue to build on teleconferencing, so they've created a couple different options to allow for certain situations where there's an emergency or they need to take care of an individual. But they are limited in the number of times that they can be used, so that you have to come and talk to your council member. You have to submit a request to the council to be able to do a telemeeting. It's not designed to be used just whenever you'd like to. Another piece of legislation that I thought was important is a bill that codifies some ways to remove individuals who are disruptive to meetings, allowing for the presiding officer to warn somebody a couple times and then have them removed from the room. Last thing that we also want to talk about is campaign finance regulations. This was a big deal. The legislature set a new $250, forgot to actually highlight, this is one of the things I wanted to highlight and I forgot to. So sets a $250 cap for you to be able to vote if you've received that within the last 12 months on voting or taking part in licensing, permitting, or other use entitlement proceedings involving a party or participant who has donated money to you. It's also forward-looking. So if you vote on one of their properties, those projects, you're not able to take the $250 for the next 12 months as well. Currently, the city allows donations up to $300, so just something to be thoughtful about. Public safety.
Hans, if I may, before we leave that one, I do just want to clarify for the public. I know the council is aware, but there is expected to be action by the FPPC on December 22nd to clarify that that will not be backward-looking for the prior 12 months, such that this past campaign's contributions will be implicated by that legislation.
Thank you, Christine. Let's talk. Assemblymember Cunningham introduced ACR 183, which created the Detective Luca Benedetti Memorial Overpass, which is very exciting and a great honor for him. This is the first overpass you see when you come into San Luis Obispo heading south on the 101. Police is in contact and working on the plan to figure out how to pay for the appropriate signage, and there'll be something we'll talk about in the future. Catalytic converter theft has been an issue both locally and around the state. The legislature passed multiple pieces of legislation to basically add new tools to the tool belt, requiring more documentation from both sellers and purchasers of catalytic converters. So that's kind of a nice step. Looking at peer-to-peer suicide prevention curriculum for firefighters. Suicide has been a big issue with firefighters, and so the state's setting up a program to create a curriculum across the state that can be used to try to abate that issue. It goes nicely with 988, suicide prevention number, which was recently launched. And the state's working to make sure that all systems are more interoperable with 988. So if you call 988, you're going to get to the right services. And is it 911 you need to be at, and vice versa. Speaking about water, the state has, for residential use properties, the state has a standard for how much water the city should be using. as a maximum. Currently, that is 55 gallons per day. It will drop to 42 gallons per day in 2030. The good news here is that utility staff believes that the city already meets its 2030 standards, so we're above and beyond. Let's talk about the city's efforts over the last year. The city submitted 20 letters through the legislative platform, 13 letters on 11 pieces of legislation. Occasionally, we submitted multiple letters based on what was happening with the legislation, if it was amended or was moving forward to a new committee. 6 related to regulatory policy, and 1 related to prior council direction, that would be Diablo Canyon. We sent the mayor, Mayor, Councilwoman Shorsman, City Manager Johnson, and myself went to Sacramento to participate in Cal City's legislative days, where we participated in some meetings with Senator Laird and was able to talk about policy with him. The city leads the efforts for the Coalition of Cities related to Diablo Canyon, which has been a very active program for this year, and it's something we continue to watch. There's a commission meeting on decommissioning tomorrow night that I will be tuning into. It'll be great. All of these efforts are linked back to our city's grant program. So we're often advocating for dollars to come to the cities, or looking at legislation where there isn't funding attached, where there probably should be funding attached, and trying to make sure we're advocating for the city the best we can. And part of that is our grant program. We have a grant writer that we contract with. Over the last few years, she has brought in over $20 million, or about $20 million, which is pretty amazing, including that big gift, that big grant that we just talked about earlier this evening. So great things to be excited about there. The mayor participated in this process of setting the Cal City's 2023 legislative priorities. They're similar to past years. Protect and expand investments, prevent and reduce homelessness, so more money for homelessness prevention, services, things like that nature. Increase the supply and affordability of housing while retaining local decision-making. We definitely want to figure out how to get more affordability out there, but we also want to make sure that we have the ability to protect some of our city's vision. But improve California's public safety in the communities and safeguarding essential local revenues in support of fiscal sustainability. I think these are all pretty self-evident and align very well with the city's current goals. So what we're looking at next is the legislative platform update. So we're going to begin a process where we update, this is updated annually. It stays in effect from one adoption until the next one is adopted. It kind of, as Greg mentioned, guides our legislative actions. I'm asking tonight for council to create an ad hoc committee of 2 members of council to make sure we're in compliance with the Brown Act. The ad hoc committee will meet a few times in the early part of the year. We will work on talking about what's in our legislative platform currently, what's not in our legislative platform currently that should be. Is there things that we should take out? And really deep dive into the legislative platform. We'll work with staff to make sure that something's not missing. So we'll get expert recommendations from staff throughout the city who are more aware of some of the issues in their field. So that's all part of this big process. And then in early next year, we'll bring the legislative platform back before the council for you to hopefully adopt the platform. And with that, I'll come back to our recommendations that we receive and file the report, and we appoint an ad hoc committee of the city council to review the current legislative platform. And with that, I'm open to your questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I just had one question that I asked previously, but I don't think you got a chance to answer it, and I probably didn't see it if there was. There's correspondence before the meeting about SB 54, and maybe you could just talk a little bit about what we thought the impacts of that would be and locally.
The key impact is going to shift the cost of recycling away from ratepayers and towards the products manufacturers. And so it's going to have a little bit of effect. It's going to reduce some plastic waste, and it's not going to cost us more. But if you have more detailed, I don't think I have anybody in.
I guess, I mean, I read that, but I'm just wondering what that looks like, and I guess we just don't know yet.
Yeah, like a lot of pieces of legislation, unfortunately, they put out a piece and they have to get through the regulatory framework before we actually know how it's going to interact with the city.
Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. Thanks for the report and for the public. The Cal Cities has the policy committees, and I'm on the Environmental Quality Committee. You've been serving on a few different ones.
Revenue and Taxation and Community Services.
Yeah, great. And I don't know if anybody else is currently serving on those, but they're available if anybody wants to apply. It's a pretty interesting process. They meet 3 or maybe 4 times a year, and within those focus groups. So under environmental quality, there have been a few times where I was able to, like, Hans, what does this mean? And so it's super helpful to be able to have an expert in the state legislation and just the process and the schedule. It was a great tutorial that you've provided for me, so thank you for that. So the couple of questions that I have, so one is about the Brown Act, and I understand kind of what the participation from us looks like, and I'm wondering about the participation from the public, and kind of what the timing is for that. I know that technology-wise, we've talked about, like, okay, how do we have people be able to comment remotely? And so I'm just wondering, is that required, being able to comment remotely? And then the follow-up is, I think there was some policy discussion amongst us that would need to be a part of that. So what's the skinny there?
Teresa's the expert. She's been following this. We'd love for it to be a state mandate, because then we could charge the state for the costs. It'd be a state mandated cost. We could seek recovery. But Teresa can talk a little bit about what that is.
Okay, so there's not a requirement for us to have hybrid meetings. The requirement for us to have a hybrid meeting comes if we allow our council to participate hybrid. So if the council, but with the new legislation, they've made it stricter but more lenient. So stricter is stricter with the instances that you can do it. So it has to either be for just cause or an emergency, and they're very defined, very closely defined as you look at both of them together. Basically, it's got to be for care of a family member or your own illness, which prevents you from participating in an actual in person, or an emergency travel for city business, so not personal travel. And what that allows you to do is then participate remotely. But again, it does not have to disclose your location, but you have to have pre-authorization for certain things. You've got to actually define what your illness or reason for that, 20 words or less, and it's got to be stated at the public meeting. And then also one of the requirements is if there is someone in the room with you that is 18 years or older. So this time, with this part of it, you don't have to open up your house to someone else, but if you happen to have a family member there and they're 18 years or older, you must disclose that. The participation portion of it is, so if we're letting you do it and we have the public available to do it, that if our technology in the room goes down, the meeting must stop and we can no longer hold the meeting until we can bring that technology back up.
And just to answer the last part of your question, we have an item that's currently on your schedule for March 7th for a policy discussion regarding hybrid meetings. And so Teresa has been surveying her colleagues in her profession to look at what are the best practices, and then we'd want to embody that in the council policies and procedures manual so that we are clear about council's expectations and that the community's clear about just some of the administrative and other logistic considerations.
Great. So what I'm understanding is if we take advantage of this new law that allows for the remote under these very specific conditions, then we have to have the bi-directional, but otherwise it's elective.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Shockingly clear. I was like, okay, I get it, thank you. I guess I'm not sure if this is a question or a discussion, but the campaign finance, you know, the $250 trigger versus what our current cap is $300. Is that the type of thing that if the council were interested, is that likely seen as, it's better for the individual candidates to manage it? Or is there some thought that maybe it's cleaner for a community to just set their own policy that happens to align with that threshold?
It is very clearly cleaner to set a threshold that is consistent with the state law limitations. I think the individual management going forward as we get into the next election cycle becomes very, very onerous to manage and, you know, is sort of rife with the potential for inadvertent violation or last-minute discovery sort of in the course of deliberation that you have someone who is commenting or involved in the proceeding that presents a conflict to you that you couldn't have anticipated in advance.
Awesome. And so is there a natural point in which that would come before this body?
Yeah,
Or do we need to ask for it?
I think you'll need to ask for that. I'm suspecting that, you know, as part of our work programs for next year, we may need, you know, a package of governance items that come forward. You know, there's been kind of swirling, you know, some potential, you know, very focused charter amendments to achieve some objectives, and then probably some municipal code changes. Remind me, I think these limits live in our municipal code, am I correct? Yes, they live in the municipal code, so it would be an ordinance amendment, so we would just need to get some direction on that as part of a work program and bring those back. But if that's the, you know, a future meeting, if that's the key specific change you'd want, you know, we could bring that forward in time to be in effect before the next round of elections start to happen.
So that could even be another recommendation here is direct staff to, okay, great. Thank you for that. Right, I think it's above 250, so we can hit, 250. And then this is a question to you in terms of the Cal Cities and those 4 priorities. It's more of a curiosity. Was there discussion about anything environmental, climate responsive as part of the priorities, but these are the 4 that they landed on?
Yes, there definitely was, and I can expand on it once do you want to do that right now?
do.
Or do you have any more to update? Okay, yeah, we had a long conversation, lots, and this is a very, very abridged version.
Sure.
The one that's in here, in our actual packet does go into, bear with me.
Yeah, you sent out.
No, but the whole legislative report, after page 242, it goes into all of that. And so then you'll get to see that the sustainability was definitely one of the most key things. And we tried to roll it up into housing, we tried to roll it up into revenue, we tried to roll it up in different things. But the key that we talked about right now is with the laws that were coming out, there were a lot of laws that were looking at taking away local money. And so we wanted to make sure we safeguard the local revenues that we currently have. We also wanted to make sure we worked on CalPERS and what's going on with the fiscal sustainability. And the other thing that didn't make it into the wording was that we also come up with new revenue sources as a state, and we advocate for that. Because as cities, we can only come up with so much. So we really need to look at the state to come up with more revenue. Also, the improved public safety, it was very watered down by the time it came down to this final priority. But the conversation was really around, we added we added wording that said it had to include communities of color and diversity. It talked about the workforce retention challenges we're having in public safety. So there was a lot more to it, but I'm hoping they'll put out a little bit more as we continue. And then the last part around the housing was, they talked a lot around homelessness, that we talk about wraparound services, we talk about like behavioral and food and all these things, but wraparound services, as you mentioned earlier, Hans, is housing is part of wraparound services. And somehow California, we don't seem to include that when we talk about the wraparound services, but that's technically in the definition. So trying to figure out how to hold people to, hold legislators to what they are deciding.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks for your work on that.
Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, sorry, Councilmember Pease's question spurred a couple new ones for me. About the Brown Act, the meeting rules, not even sure how to articulate this. Is it that, the way I was reading it, it's that the meeting rules would only apply to council members' participation. Like, when you said earlier that if there are technical difficulties, then that would mean the meeting would have to shut down. That would mean if there were technical difficulties with the member of the council participating, not if there was a member of the public that was blocked out, it wouldn't have to stop the meeting.
That's correct. It's if our technology failed in the room. say we
That
had-
stopped the deliberations or stopped the process of the
and
meeting.
stopped providing it to the public.
Right, okay.
And they could no longer participate.
Right.
If it's our side of the technology, if their computer crashes or their internet crashes, then we don't need to stop the meeting.
Okay, but if we had a hybrid meeting and public were participating and our technology stopped them from participating remotely, then we would still have to stop the meeting. Okay.
Correct, yeah, because the presumption is they planned to participate, we offered that, and
Okay.
then they were prevented because of the technology on our side.
Okay, thank you, just wanted to clarify that. And then, with the campaign finance, rule, is this something that you think, especially I think from your perspective, from the city attorneys, that this will be something that, that the information about it and the approaches towards it will sort of evolve over time, and that you will be hearing from other jurisdictions about, I mean, I hear the question about, should we just consider right now changing our rules to accommodate the lower, and we are a jurisdiction that has pretty low donation amounts already, so maybe it's not that big, of a lift for us in comparison to other jurisdictions that have higher levels. But I also wonder, should we sit back and watch what happens a little bit with this first and hear what the chatter is in other jurisdictions before we jump ahead really quick on this?
I certainly think there will be a great deal of evolution. I think there are going to be a lot of unintended consequences that are going to emerge, and perhaps there will be a regulatory response to some of that. The sort of expansive incorporation of all of the financial interests that apply to council members and the extrapolation of that onto members of the public, and then defining that as a conflict of interest for council members, is, I think, more complicated than their understanding on the ground. Yeah. And so there's a lot of, what do they call it, catastrophizing going on among city attorney and county council types, including in your region, including in your city, about what could happen and, how this could be utilized to effectively shut down deliberations and participation and representation. So there are some pretty significant potential public transparency, public participation, gamesmanship consequences that I think are going to definitely evolve and be subject to input and requests for advice and regulatory response going forward.
Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. So I'd just like a little more clarity on this idea of limiting remote participation by city council members. So we had a meeting where I was in British Columbia and you were in, was it Croatia? Yeah. All right. And that was just the way we did it, or was it because COVID would let us do that? There was the state of emergency. If we didn't go along with this new state law, would we still have the ability to just say, like, if there's a council meeting and I'm back in British Columbia, I could participate remotely, or I don't quite understand what the pluses or minuses would be of adopting that.
So the new law eliminates the need to actually post the address on the agenda and at the location where you're going to be at, and also require you to open up the location to a member of the public, should they be there. So that pretty much comes under the assumption that you're here because you have a sick child, a partner, a family emergency type of thing, where you must be home, but you can still participate and want to participate. So that's what the new law allows to. We can still operate under the normal Brown Act, which then is what we did for the two of you this summer, because we posted your location on our agenda. Had someone come up and wanted to participate with you, you would have had to let them.
That's right.
Very remote chance in this instance. So that's the difference. It's the nuanced part of the noticing and the requirement to allow the public to participate with you.
Okay, so if we did adopt the new law, then would the option to go back to the old normal way go away? I mean, everything
No,
precluded?
you can still do both.
Oh, you
It's
can do
just-
both. Okay,
yes,
that's what
it's
I wanted to
just
know.
the noticing requirement and the requirement to have someone, the member of the public, participate from your location with you, should they want to.
The COVID rules suspended all of those sort of otherwise applicable remote participation requirements related to posting and opening up the area to the public, because there was the acknowledgement that people were in their homes, and it was not fair to compel people to let members of the public in their homes and post those addresses. The new law is sort of a glide path back to normalcy, but recognizes that there were some benefits, including when people are sick, and we're encouraging them to stay home, where that should not present a barrier to their participation in the public process. So it's a very narrow continuation of certain strings of the COVID suspension overall, but it doesn't continue the wholesale suspension of the posting requirements.
Thank you. And then on this $250 ceiling, if we did decide to do that, we should definitely do it during the next year before we enter the next election cycle, because it would totally drive people crazy, metaphorically speaking. But I mean, it would be really complex. And so I just want to say, if we can make sure that that's at least on the agenda, that we can consider it at some point.
And we typically have a process by which you get those recommendations. We have those discussions with your campaign regulations committee, and then those recommendations of the committee who evaluate various options and where we are in the regulatory process surrounding this would come back to council. I'll defer to the city clerk as to whether or not we have one of those upcoming or not.
We don't have one scheduled, but my recommendation would be that when we come back to you to make the consideration of whether or not you want to do a council compensation committee, that we also look into the fact that, do we want to do an elections committee to do this?
Okay.
To look into this. Because by that time, which will probably happen the beginning part of the summer of this year, because we try to get our committees seated, excuse me, September at the latest. That way it gives them time to meet before they have to meet the deadline of the following May to bring any recommendations in for adoption back to the council. So it's definitely on my radar to discuss, especially because we'll have a little bit of time to kind of see how this is all gonna play out, at least in the first 6 months. While we won't have an election, there's other people that will, or that might be subject to this that may indicate how people are gonna react to it. At the conference I just came back from, it was one of the bigger topics of conversation amongst all of us clerks, but more so the league who presented this portion of it, and how it was gonna be enforced and who's gonna enforce it. And the whole thing is we're not required to enforce it. You're required to enforce it, but really, it's gonna be a member of the public that's gonna try and play gotcha with you, is what it basically said.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just before we leave that topic, of course, there's nothing precluding an individual council member from communicating, even if there weren't a generally applicable rule in place, that I don't wish to accept contributions above $250 because I just don't want to have to deal
Right.
with the consequence and the accounting and
Yeah.
the monitoring associated with
And
it.
then somebody sends you a check for $300 and you have to mail it back to them, and I was like, okay. Good. All right, I wonder if we want to go on to the next item, which is to appoint an ad hoc committee. And I'm just gonna-
We still have another person
If
to
we're
comment.
ready.
Councilmember Pease?
Actually, it's a question about just that point was, I'm wondering if you could, if the clerk has a record of who has been serving on those. I know Carlin and I did it maybe once or twice. You guys, do you have a
Yeah, we
record of
did
that?
I did it and Jan did it the last time.
So,
right.
in 19 and 20, Councilmember Christensen and Pease were our ad hoc. We did not have an ad hoc committee in 21, and then in 22, it was Councilmember Shorsman and Councilmember Marks.
Thank you.
And question for you, Hans, back on SB 54 on page 400, there was something that kind of threw me. Oh, it's not 400, so sorry. Darn it. 1 second. It's under the environmental quality section. There it is, page 229. This last paragraph before the table, it says, the governor signed AB 2142, reinstating a tax exemption for turf replacement base rebates. And do you see that there's some connection with the turf replacement that we might want to do at the city? How would that affect us?
2142 provides, excludes the taxable income from any rebate, voucher, or other financial incentives. So it basically means that if we did do an incentive or voucher program, that it wouldn't be considered taxable income for the individual. It's really targeted more at low-income individuals who may have a property and want to do that turf replacement, but can't afford paying the taxes on the voucher.
Okay, thank you so much. I wasn't sure if that was us replacing turf as well, so thank you for that. Councilmember Shorsman, did you still have a question? No, okay. I think we are ready to answer the question from Vice Mayor Marks of who would like to serve on an ad hoc committee if we were to move forward and have one. Councilmember Francis, you're open?
I am open to it, but also willing to defer to folks who have been here longer.
Anyone else?
I think we should spread the joy, personally. I'm not interested this time around, thank you.
I'd be happy to do it.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Pease.
I was just going to say that I'm happy to do it, but I do see some value in having a fresh set of eyes since Councilmember or Vice Mayor Marks and I did it this last time.
I do think that there's some value in having someone who's connected to the
Yes.
league committees. I think it's really helpful and insightful, so just whatever that's worth.
As as the committees that I'll be on going forward, it'll be a little more time consuming, so I would love for you to do that, both of you. And I think the fresh eyes and the experienced eyes will be really great. I'm still waiting on a voting issue at the Cal Cities, but we'll probably be on a few more committees going forward. So, great. So, is there a motion? Councilmember Pease.
I would like to move staff recommendations and direct staff to bring back at an appropriate time consideration of adjustment to the campaign contribution limit, if that's enough.
Is there a second?
I think we
I'll
need to.
second it, but what about including the ad hoc committee in the motion?
Yes, sorry. And the ad hoc committee consisting of Councilmember Pease and Councilmember Francis.
Okay, then I'll second it.
Can I ask one question before we go further of the city clerk? You mentioned September for a committee, and I'm picturing if it's 12 months before December 2024, that really gives them a very short period of time to be able to discuss is if they want to recommend to the council and the council wants to move forward in changing.
So they don't have to, the recommendation has to come back to the council for council compensation and for regulations to get them in. Usually before the first meeting in May 2024. So they would have more time. It's just, we try to bring it back a little bit sooner. So they would have September to January, February, which is what we did the last council compensation. And they met 5 times.
I remember that. I guess the reason I'm mentioning this, city attorney, is that means that someone's 12-month look back will be affected in the future, because if they don't change with FPPC, because if we make a decision in May 2024 to change something or not, it's still right in that 12-month look back.
Yeah,
Does
that
that make
seems way
sense?
too late.
It's too late.
And this motion just says at the appropriate time and lets staff kind of
We'll
noodle through.
navigate, yeah, we can
with that.
navigate the timing of when we bring that forward. If it's just a discrete change to set it to 250 limit, and then the council compensation committee can do its work, and this can be a settled issue at that point.
Because, right, people might be accepting donations 8 months before November election of 2024, so, yeah.
Right, just wanted to make sure we're aware of that and not affecting people's
Yeah,
lives.
Separate
So,
considerations.
Thank you. All right, so sorry, so Councilmember Pease motioned, and Councilmember Shoresman, did you second?
I just have a question. I guess I'm still a little bit confused on the timing and when we would need to make a decision about changing the donation limits.
We'll look at that internally, and we'll consult with Christine and kind of run a timetable that then looks at, well, what is the reasonable time frame in which candidates for the 2024 election might start receiving campaigns, and make sure that the ordinance takes effect well in advance of that.
I mean, so is that something that we want to include in the motion right now? It feels a little premature to me.
I think we understand the intent of the council, and it's a pretty minor amendment that we could advance and bring along on with an item perhaps as soon as March as with the hybrid item. I don't know, we'll figure it out.
Great, yeah, I think, so really the motion is just to be paying attention to it.
Oh, I think I seconded the motion.
Oh, you seconded,
yeah.
sorry, Councilmember Marks.
It's
Vice
okay,
Mayor
we're
Marks.
getting tired here.
I see a furrowed brow. It seems like you weren't convinced that we would even need to do it because of other, you were kind of hoping for a little bit of a wait and see? Is that what's going on there?
I think so. I'm not convinced that, and this is really new, I'm not convinced that we need to make a motion that's dependent on this right now. I feel like we could just make a motion that relates to the receive and file and appoint the ad hoc committee. I feel like staff is aware that we're concerned in watching this and that we could move on this the donation amount and just sort of wait and see a little bit longer before we moved forward on an actual motion related to it.
Sure, I'd be fine to withdraw that additional, I think there's consensus that we want to make sure that is available to us if needed, type of thing. So are you okay still with the second, Councilmember Marks?
Yes, I second it, yes.
Okay, first and second, can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Pease,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Marks,
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. All right, the next item we have, 7C, is we actually need to have a continuance to the date of, to a date certain, the January 10th, 23 council meeting. Do we need to motion anything about that, or just, we can just go ahead and continue it?
Continue to a date certain, please.
Yeah, to a date certain, so we need till January 10th.
But do we need a
2023.
motion to do that?
Correct, we do need
Okay,
a motion.
Great. So I'm just going to go ahead and move that we move this item of 7C to a date certain of January 10, 2023. We have a few more details that are needed in the report. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, great. Roll call, please.
Mayor Stewart,
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Pease,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes.
And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, we move forward to the schedule of city council meetings for 2023. Would the city clerk like to present the report?
Yes, this is going to be really short. The item before you tonight is to approve the city council meeting calendar for 2023 with regular meetings held on the first and third Tuesday of every month pursuant to the council policies and procedures. Based on past practice, staff is proposing the following 3 changes. Rescheduling the January 3rd meeting to January 10th, rescheduling the first meeting in July, which falls on July 4th, to July 11th, and canceling the regular meetings of August 1st and December 19th. These are only suggestions, and council can modify the schedule as indicated in the alternative sections of the staff report. Also, I'd like to just make one correction that was noted on attachment A. When I originally did the calendar, we were planning on doing the community forum on the 19th. However, we changed that to the 26th, but the calendar does still reflect it to be the 19th. Once finalized, we will make sure that it is noted the correct date, which will be the 26th. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I believe Vice Mayor Marks, you have a question?
No, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Well, I think we technically still have to have public comments. I don't see anyone in here, so I think we're safe, but. And then, are there other questions? Councilmember Shorsman?
Yeah, I just had one, I guess, question for my colleagues to see what people's ideas were about not postponing the July meeting till the 11th, but doing it maybe later that week so that we don't have meetings 2 consecutive Tuesdays in a row. Which is, I think, right now, the recommendation is to move the meeting on the 4th because that's a holiday to the 11th, and then we would have meetings on the 11th and the 18th. My thinking was just to throw it out there and see if others were interested in having a meeting the later in the week of the 3rd. So I don't know, maybe the Wednesday or the Thursday of that week, the 5th or the 6th, if that wasn't too difficult for staff and if there was any interest in that from my colleagues.
I have another question with that would probably tag along. So we have before us the July option or the August option, really. So to me, I would say, could we just do the meeting on the 11th and not do the 3rd Tuesday in July and have 2 meetings in August as an option? I'm not really tied to it. I'm just saying that it seems like a lot of movement where we could just make it simple. Council or Vice Mayor Marks?
Yeah, well, as I recall, last year, we were all out of town at the first week of August. That's why we had that meeting. Wasn't it, the first week of August? And I don't know, I mean.
That was the second meeting in July, if I recall.
Oh, was the second? That was
Correct.
when we were all out
That
of
was
town?
when we had some scheduling conflicts and there was some remote participation, so.
Okay. And I personally would just like to stick with what's presented, so.
Councilmember Pease.
I would be interested in skipping the 18th and just of July and going to August 1st if there's interest. I'm not particularly, I feel like especially people who have kids who are in school should, I'd be happy to go along more with that. I just know that by August, it feels like people are already coming back and sports camps are starting and all of those types of things. So, yes, so I would be open to that approach. My other one on the schedule is that we're showing a meeting on a Tuesday, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And I think that's, I mean, we had that on the calendar, I remember a few years ago, and the public was kind of cranky about it. You know. Yeah, schools are out, or people are starting to travel, or whatever, and so maybe bumping that one, although then we would have the back-to-back meeting issue. So maybe leave that to staff if it's either the 14th or, well, either way. I guess moving it up to the 14th would probably be, from the 21st to the 14th would probably be, make the most sense, because then we're meeting again on December 5th, so. That would be, so two potential changes from this one would be the Thanksgiving, and then if others are interested in that July-August switch.
Councilmember Francis.
I'm okay with any of the summer scenarios we've laid out, but I do agree with Councilmember Pease that 21st of November seems fairly problematic for my family personally.
Yeah, I definitely think moving up the Thanksgiving makes sense because, I mean, locally, whether it's Cal Poly, Cuesta, or K through 12, almost everyone's off during that week. So, I mean, a lot of workers were working, but, so that might be a good idea. And is everyone comfortable with canceling the second meeting in December? Okay, just making sure. And then the last part, Councilmember Shoresman, did you want to talk about February?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I had noticed that there are, let's see, it's the 11th is scheduled to be a special meeting. That, again, is a 3-day weekend. Both those the 13th and the 20th are both 3-day weekends for schools locally. So I don't personally have an issue with it, but I did want to raise it is that if we're looking for public participation at a Saturday meeting, does it negate what we're trying to do if we have it on a 3-day weekend? And I don't know if there's timing issues related to that also.
Yeah, it's a great question. So here's my perspective is that the 11th is a working meeting for the council to assemble the goals. You've had a big workshop, you've asked for surveys. This is really, the public comment is really on the kind of the wordsmithing of the goals. So you've really gotten a lot of your inputs. So it's really, I think, a small subset. The council is really the historically limited participation because the idea is that, hey, we've amalgamated all of this massive input between the community forum, the surveys, the advisory bodies, the letters. And so it's your time to roll up your sleeves and then put together those goals. It is really a foot race from February 11th to the middle of April for us to then put together a preliminary budget and get strategic budget direction. And then from there, a foot race to then put together a full financial plan in time for June 1st. Or June 6th, excuse me. So we need every single week and day. And so this is actually longer than what I would hope, so it's pretty tight already.
Councilmember Francis. Oh, that's okay. So in the end, February, if we could stick with it, would probably be the best for budget purposes. July, I'm hearing a couple of us that might be open to saying skip the second July meeting and go back to having an August meeting since none of us work at Cuesta anymore. And that was really the main reason we took off the first Tuesday in August versus doing it in July in the past. Really just trying to give some summertime vacation to staff and council. And then moving up the November date from the 21st to the 14th, and the rest as listed out.
So before we go forward with that, I don't know, is that disruptive to staff? Have they been like banking on like, oh, it's always the first of, no, okay.
I think this actually works better. Because a lot of what we experience is a lot of families and really want to take vacation right after, school's let out. And so we struggle with trying to get staff for the meetings in July because people are trying to take holidays. And a lot of your employees' spouses work at Cal Poly and Cuesta and at the schools. And so that's a big time where they're trying to get ready to re-welcome all the students back in K through 12 or, the local community college or at Cal Poly. So I think this is actually an improvement.
Councilmember Francis?
The recommended scenario that you just laid out was skipping the meeting on the 18th, so we would meet on July 11th and then again on August 1st, is that correct? Yes. So just kind of looking at that, it does give us a shorter break, so a shorter block, just throwing that out there.
Not really though, right?
It's just 2 weeks.
August 1st is.
It just feels like it because the first is Tuesday.
Oh, okay, because the August 1st, though, would be back on, is the thing.
I see where Councilmember Francis is going. It's something probably
1
like-
month versus 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2.5 weeks, yeah. If you took a break from the 19th through the 15th, that's a longer break than the 12th through the 1st, or 12th through the 31st, right?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the way it is now, there's 3 weeks in between meetings, and the other way it would be only 2 weeks between meetings, because the first Tuesday in August happens to fall so early.
Yeah, I don't care particularly where the break falls, but the very, very short break does feel not as satisfying.
It's a 3-week for the new proposed, it's a 4-week for the old proposed.
Got it. Councilmember Shorsman? Nope, just kidding. Vice Mayor Marks?
I have to admit, I'm a little confused right now about exactly what dates we're talking about. So I'd like somebody to make a motion, not me, because I kind of lost the thread there, frankly. And let's just get on with it and finish it. I mean, we could say, are we okay with number 1, rescheduling January 3rd to January 10th? Are we all okay with that? We could go.
Yeah, I get, that wasn't really an issue, yes, that one seemed fine for everybody. And same with and then we added a number 4 that wasn't here, which is moving November 21st up to November 14th.
Okay.
Because of the
If somebody
Thanksgiving.
could just lay out
Yep.
the proposed dates,
Well,
I'm willing to go with the majority as long as I know what I'm voting on. So thank
Yeah, the question is really one of 2 things right now, which is, are we okay with a little bit shorter of a break and having the second meeting in July canceled? Or do we want the longer break and just have back-to-back meetings in July and skip the first Tuesday, literally August 1st instead? So those are the main 2 questions. So we can't do you want 2 or 3 until we know those answers. So Councilmember Francis?
I would be inclined to go with the schedule as it was proposed with the modification to November, this proposed calendar with the modification of November, just to keep the longer break.
Sounds good, thank you. Councilmember Schwarzman?
Since I didn't get any traction on moving the July 4th meeting to later that week, I'll second that motion.
Okay, so the motion is keeping 1 through 3 and then moving up November 21st to November 14th, correct? Okay, great. And that was moved by Councilmember Francis and seconded by Councilmember Schwarzman. Any questions or thoughts left on that? All right, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Begrudgingly, yes. Motion passes 5-0. All right, so we move on to the last thing, liaison reports and communications. And I'm going to go ahead and just start this time because, as we alluded to earlier, I did attend the California Cities League Leaders Conference in Monterey from November 30th through December 2nd, and that was paid for by the city. I am currently on the California Cities African American Caucus, and since that's how I was attending, was as an African American caucus leader. Also, just since our last meeting was November 15th, we've had a lot of things go on. While the storm was probably made it look a little different at this point, we're really excited to see the holiday activation that's happened with Mission Plaza and the holiday parade, and just really thankful for our collaboration and partnership with the Downtown Association and all the staff's hard work, because this is really one of those really heartening San Luis Obispo, holiday moments. So thank you very much. Also, I attended the Cal Poly pre-Kwanzaa event today, which was really good, and just of course wanted to congratulate Councilmember Francis for being sworn in, and really excited to have you on the board. Anyone else have any liaison reports? Councilmember Schwarzman.
Just echo your sentiments about the downtown activation, the holiday parade, all of that seemed wonderful. It's just even better news after hearing about the great success of the Buy Local bonus program. Just great to see downtown doing so well, and businesses in general in the city. Also just wanted to mention, I don't think there are any more opportunities, but I had the chance to go see the Christmas lights and decorations at the Jack House. And it was really, really cool. I can't believe the number of times that I've tried to go there and it's been closed or I've missed the boat or whatever. And so it was great to see it inside for the first time and to see it all decorated for the holidays was really cool. So if you get a chance, I would recommend you check it out.
Vice Mayor Marks.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I agree with all the praise of the events. I want to congratulate Mayor Stewart and Michelle Schwarzman and Emily Francis for getting elected by the wise voters. And I just want to say that tomorrow morning there's a special meeting of the 3CE. It's a closed session. And without going into detail, we're in the process of finding a new CEO for Central Coast Community Energy, or 3CE. So that is moving forward. And also I wanted to let you know that the IWMA is moving forward with making sure that all the jurisdictions are in compliance with the various state mandates. And so far, with the exception of a couple of community service districts, the cities are doing really great. All of them, all 7 of us. So we're in good shape. Today was my last meeting as a downtown liaison, and I recommend that as people are choosing what they want to do for the coming year as liaisons, I recommend it as a great educational opportunity. But I did tell them that this was my last meeting today, so that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, and yes, I'll be excited to meet with Vice Mayor next week as we discuss all of the committees to bring forth all the, for the next meeting. And I will say, I am attending the CAPSLO board meeting tomorrow, and we have some really great opportunities for homelessness discussions around the Oklahoma site, and as well as potentially another property, and just really congratulations to them for the Bezos Award. And then the menorah lighting will happen on Sunday, the 18th, in the Mission Plaza, so I hope you all come. And that'll be, of course, happening for multiple days. I'll also be back on the 22nd, and I believe some of you are attending as well, so really excited to see that. And on that note, I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your holidays and winter solstice and everything else. And we will see you in the new year, right here on January 10th, now that we've decided that. Have a good night, everybody.